Hey everyone, and welcome to Nighttime Stories. I'm here to help you drift off into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy these stories, feel free to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Let me know where you're watching from. I always love seeing how far these stories reach. Now, get comfortable and relax. I saw the job listing about 2 weeks ago. Now hiring, overnight security for Halverson Market, Crofton, Ohio. Shift runs midnight to 6 a.m. Pay rate $21 per hour. Right away, something about it felt off. A grocery store needing a night guard. That part of town wasn't exactly high crime, and the place closed at 10. Why would they pay someone that much to babysit an empty store? Still, I needed the money, badly. So I sent in my resume, did a weirdly short phone interview with a guy named Martin, and by that Friday night, I was pulling into the parking lot for my first shift. As soon as I saw the building, it started to make a little more sense. Halverson Market sat at the edge of a rundown plaza on Westover Road. The other shops had long been cleared out. Big, dusty windows with peeling paint signs that said things like space available or lease now. The parking lot had more cracks than concrete, and half the overhead lights blinked like they were on life support. I parked near the sliding doors and stepped out into the chilly air. As I was walking toward the entrance, a woman came out of the building fast, practically jogging. "You must be Derek," she said. Her hair was tied up in a tight bun, and she looked like she couldn't wait to get out of there. "Yeah, that's me. Martin left some instructions for you. They're up front on the belt at Register 1. She gave me a quick nod and kept walking, heading straight for the only other car in the lot. "Oh, thanks," I said, trying to sound friendly. "Hey, what's your name?" But she didn't answer. She was already climbing into her car. The engine roared, the headlights cut through the foggy air, and within seconds she was gone. So much for team bonding. I turned back toward the store. With her car gone, the entire parking lot was empty. The only light came from the dim overhang above the entrance and a crooked lamppost flickering at the far end. A gust of wind kicked a torn plastic bag across the asphalt. "Well," I muttered to myself, "here goes nothing." The glass doors creaked open as I stepped inside. Despite the crumbling outside, the interior was actually pretty clean. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, making everything glow just a little too bright. There was this weird jazzy music playing over the intercom, soft but clear, like you'd hear in a waiting room. I walked toward the front registers and spotted a single piece of paper folded in half, sitting on the conveyor belt at lane 1. I picked it up and opened it. "Welcome to the Halverson Market family, Derek. We hope you find your new role enjoyable and easy to manage. Below, please find a few simple overnight guidelines for a smooth and successful shift. 1. Patrol the store every 30 minutes to ensure all is in order. You may spend the rest of your time in the employee lounge, located at the back of the store, where you will find the camera feeds. 2. Do not go down aisle 10. Do not look down aisle 10. 3. If you hear knocking from the freezers, do not respond. 4. Any carts left unattended in the store should be returned to the front immediately. 5. If you find blood in the butcher section, do not step in it or touch it directly. Use the mop and bucket stored in the cleaning closet to remove it. 6. If you see a woman inside the store at any point during your shift, immediately return to the employee lounge and stay there until she is gone. Do not speak to her. Do not call anyone. 7. The music you hear is pre-recorded jazz. If it stops, return to the lounge and remain there until it resumes. 8. Under no circumstances should you clock out before 6 a.m. Thank you, and good luck." I stared at the paper for a while. The rules weren't just strange, they were flat out insane. Avoid aisle 10, ignore a random woman, don't step in blood. Was this a prank? A loyalty test? Or was Martin just some weird old guy who liked screwing with the new hire? I looked up at the camera mounted in the corner. A little red light blinked at me. Okay, I thought. Let's assume this is a test. Follow the rules, no matter how ridiculous they are, and maybe I keep the job. I glanced at my phone. It was 12:06. Might as well get the first patrol out of the way before I get too comfortable. Walking through the store at night was eerie. There were no other footsteps, no customers, no beeping registers or overhead announcements. Just the soft buzz of the lights and that smooth jazz tune circling over and over. Most of the displays had been covered. The bakery cases were dark and sealed off. Plastic sheets hung over the produce bins. Even the deli section had its lights dimmed and meats wrapped tightly in white paper and shoved to the back of the cooler. I walked past the meat counter. Something smelled like bleach and iron. I kept going. Aisle 3, soup and canned goods. Aisle 4, cookies, crackers, and granola. Aisle 5, aisle 6. I felt myself getting closer to aisle 10. I stared at the floor as I passed it. My chest tightened like I was doing something wrong, even though I hadn't looked. 30 minutes. That was the rule. Just keep walking. I finally found the lounge at the back, through a brown door with a dent in the middle and a little push plate smeared with fingerprints. Inside, it smelled like coffee grounds and old microwave popcorn. There was a small desk with a monitor cycling through black and white security feeds. I saw most of the aisles, the entryway, the bakery, the parking lot. I sat down in the creaky rolling chair and pulled out my phone. Then I remembered I still had 25 minutes before the next patrol, which meant it was time to queue up a movie and kill time. I dug through my bag, pulled out my earbuds, and leaned back in the chair, trying to relax. I had no idea what kind of night I was in for. The first patrol had gone smoothly enough. No blood, no weird noises, no one hiding in the aisles or anything. The only thing I'd noticed out of place was a mop leaning against the wall near the bathrooms, but that could have just been something a cleaner forgot to put away. I wasn't about to overthink it. I figured I'd follow the rules exactly and keep my head down until the shift was over. It was now 12:35. I closed my laptop and stood up from the lounge chair. Time for round 2. As I stepped back into the store, the music was still playing. A slow, sleepy saxophone tune drifted from the ceiling speakers. It was a little too cheerful, honestly. It made the empty store feel even more unnatural. I adjusted the sleeves of my hoodie and headed out into the fluorescent aisles. This time, I started from the other side, aisle 17, paper towels and toilet paper. I walked down it slowly, letting my eyes scan the shelves. Everything looked untouched, organized, like a display model for some catalog photo. It didn't feel like a place people actually shopped. I didn't like that. By the time I reached the middle of the store, I was already feeling twitchy. The shelves were still full, untouched. The air smelled like lemon cleaner and something else I couldn't quite place. Something slightly metallic. I forced myself to keep walking. I passed aisle 10 without looking, just kept my eyes locked straight ahead, but I couldn't ignore how cold it suddenly felt when I walked past it, like stepping through an invisible curtain. The temperature dropped 2 or 3 degrees, and my ears rang faintly for a few seconds. It went away quickly, but it was enough to get my heart beating faster. I rounded the corner by the meat section and paused. There was a shopping cart. It was parked right in the middle of the aisle, facing the wrong direction. Its front wheels were turned like someone had just left it there mid-push. I sighed and walked over to it. Of all the rules, the cart one was the dumbest. I still didn't understand why it mattered. What was going to happen if a cart sat in the wrong spot? But I'd said I'd follow the rules, and I meant it. I gripped the handle and started pushing it toward the front. It rolled smooth and easy. The floor was spotless. My shoes made little scuffing noises against the tile, and the soft jazz behind me faded into a piano solo. Just as I was nearing the checkout area, I stopped. I heard something, a sound coming from behind me. Not footsteps, not a voice, something else, faint and hollow. Knocking. I turned slowly, eyes darting toward the far end of the frozen food section. The knocking came again, a little louder this time, like someone tapping insistently on glass. I remembered the rule. If you hear knocking from the freezers, do not respond. I stood there, cart still in my hands, staring down the long, empty aisle lined with freezer doors. Everything looked normal. Nothing was moving. The lights were still on. The sound didn't come again. I gritted my teeth, turned back around, and pushed the cart the rest of the way to the front. As I slid it into the line with the others, I caught my reflection in the glass doors near the entrance. I looked tense, tired, my jaw clenched tight like I'd just finished a fight. "Chill out," I muttered. "It's just a sound. Buildings creak, machines make noise, that's all it is." I walked quickly back toward the lounge, passing the aisles without looking into them, especially not aisle 10. When I shut the lounge door behind me, I let out a long, shaky breath. This was going to be a long night. I sat down and opened the security feed. Most of the cameras showed still images, nothing moving, nothing unusual. A few small shadows here and there, but they didn't change or shift, so I figured it was just how the light was hitting things. I was halfway through my soda when I noticed something weird on camera 4. It showed the front registers in the entrance. At first glance, it was normal. Just the empty checkout lanes, the cart corral, the sliding glass doors, but something about it caught my eye. I squinted and leaned closer. There was something behind the door. It was faint, like a smudge, or maybe just a reflection, but the more I looked at it, the more it started to take shape. A faint outline of a person, standing just outside the doors, not moving. I blinked and rubbed my eyes. When I looked again, it was gone. "Okay," I whispered to myself, "just seeing things, no big deal." I switched the feed, back to the bakery, still empty, then to produce, also fine, back to the front doors again, still empty. I shook my head, drained the rest of my soda, and leaned back. The clock ticked past 1. Time for another patrol. I stood up, slower this time. My legs felt heavy, my neck stiff. As I opened the door, I thought I heard something faint again. Crying, maybe? I couldn't tell where it was coming from. But it stopped as soon as I stepped into the hallway. The store looked the same, bright, still, clean. I walked toward the back, past the soda coolers and the racks of bread, past the deli and the darkened hot food station. Every sound made me jump, tiny clicks and hums from the equipment that I hadn't noticed during the day. The clink of the pipes, the faint buzz of the lights. As I passed aisle 10 again, I didn't even glance at it. I kept my head down and kept walking. I could feel something, though, like pressure, like being watched. I didn't stop. I didn't speak. I just made it to the end of the aisle and turned back toward the lounge. And that was when I noticed something else. The music had stopped. The silence hit me like a slap. 1 second the jazz was looping softly in the background, blending into the hum of the lights and the low whir of the freezer fans, and the next second, nothing. Total silence. It was so sudden that for a few moments, I actually thought I'd gone deaf. I paused where I was, near the end of the bread aisle, and tilted my head, trying to catch even the faintest sound. Nothing. No music, no footfalls, not even the buzz of the lights. The air felt heavier somehow, like the pressure in the room had shifted, like something had sucked all the life out of it. I remembered the rule. If the music ever stops, go to the break room and stay there until it starts again. I didn't wait around to debate it. I turned on my heel and walked fast, definitely not running, but pretty damn close, straight down the main aisle toward the employee lounge. I passed aisle 10 again, refusing to glance even an inch to the left. My eyes stayed glued to the floor tiles, counting my steps like a little kid avoiding sidewalk cracks. I hit the break room door and pushed through it, slamming it shut behind me. The door let out a groan, and then a heavy click as it latched. I leaned against it for a second, breathing hard, heart thudding in my chest like I'd just sprinted across a football field. The silence was still there, but at least now I was behind the one door that felt remotely safe. The jazz hadn't come back. I sank into the chair by the desk and stared at the screen showing the security feeds. Most of them looked the same. Static images of still aisles, unmoving shelves, and 2 bright lights. But the longer I looked, the more I noticed little things, shapes that hadn't been there before. shifts in shadow that didn't match the camera angles. Nothing dramatic, just not quite right. On camera 3, which overlooked the dairy section, one of the cooler doors was slightly ajar. I was pretty sure it had been closed earlier. On camera 6, showing the middle of aisle 12, one of the cans had rolled off the shelf and onto the floor. On camera 9, which showed part of the cleaning closet hallway, a shadow stretched across the floor, but I couldn't see what was casting it. I stared at it for a long time. The shape was too sharp to be a trick of the light. It looked like a person's silhouette, except it was upside down, like the light was coming from the floor. I waited for it to move. It didn't. I switched to camera 14, covering the entrance. The parking lot was still empty. I stared at the glass doors, waiting to see if the smudge from before had returned, but the doorway was clean. Still no music. I stood up and paced the room. My shoes squeaked against the tile, the only sound in the whole building. My thoughts were spinning fast. If this was some kind of test, it was a cruel one. No job should make a person feel like they were being hunted. I didn't sign up for this. I wanted to walk out, but the last rule echoed in my head. Do not, under any circumstances, end your shift early. I didn't want to find out what happened if I broke that one. Just when I was about to sit back down, I heard it. A single note. It came through the overhead speakers, soft and unsure, like someone had just dropped a needle on a record without knowing which track it would play. Then another note, and another. The melody kicked in slowly, like it had been paused, and was now trying to catch up. The jazz was back. It sounded slightly warped at first, like it had been played underwater, but it smoothed out by the time the piano joined in. I stood there, frozen for a second, just listening. Okay. The rule said I could leave the break room once the music resumed. So I did. I cracked open the door and peeked out. The store looked the same, bright, still, silent except for the music. I stepped out. Everything felt off now. Every object I passed felt like it was holding its breath. The freezer doors, the stacks of cereal boxes. Even the signs that hung from the ceiling seemed tilted at strange angles, like they were eavesdropping. I did another patrol, quick but steady, eyes ahead, hands relaxed at my sides. I made sure to walk the full loop, because that's what the rules said to do. When I turned down the frozen aisle again, I flinched. There was another shopping cart. This one wasn't abandoned in the middle. It was parked at the end of the row, right in front of the frozen peas, like someone had neatly placed it there before stepping away. It was full. Boxes of waffles, frozen burritos, ice cream. Everything was lined up like someone had been doing actual grocery shopping. I stood there for a few seconds, unsure of what to do. The rule just said to return carts to the front. It didn't say anything about what was in them. I reached for the handle, and the moment I touched it, I got this strong, sudden sense that I was being watched. Not by a camera, not by someone across the room. From inside the freezer. My hand jerked back before I could stop it. I stared at the rows of frosted doors. The food inside was hazy through the glass, little shapes and labels barely visible. I didn't see anything moving. I didn't hear knocking this time either, but I could feel something, cold air on my neck that hadn't been there a second ago. I grabbed the cart and pushed it quickly toward the front. I didn't look behind me. I didn't stop. I lined it up with the others, walked straight back to the lounge and closed the door behind me like I was sealing a vault. Back in the chair, back at the feed. 1:37. Time for a break. But I couldn't relax. The cart had been full. That meant someone had filled it, or something had. And whatever it wasn't gone. Not yet. I sat in the break room trying to convince myself I was just being paranoid. That cart could have been left over from earlier, right? Maybe someone didn't finish stocking the freezers before they closed. Maybe a shopper abandoned it during the last rush and the closing crew missed it. There were a dozen normal explanations. But none of them made me feel better. The thing that kept gnawing at me was how neat it had been. Nothing about it looked random. All the boxes were lined up like someone had taken their time arranging them, not like a hurried customer or a lazy employee. It looked placed, intentionally, and the cold air I felt when I touched it, it had been too sudden, like someone had opened a door right behind me, but when I looked back, there was nothing there. I tried focusing on the monitors, hoping the rhythm of the cameras would settle me. I cycled through each one, aisle after aisle, end cap after end cap, nothing moved. The cameras covering the deli and produce sections were so still, it looked like someone had taken photos and left them up. Camera 7 caught my eye. It was aimed at the far end of the store, angled low near the soda coolers. Everything looked normal, except for the freezer door on the left. It was open again. Not just cracked this time, but wide open. I stared at it. I waited for movement, a shadow, a blur, anything. But nothing happened. I looked at the timestamp on the monitor. It was nearly 2. I needed to start the next patrol. I stayed in the chair for another minute, dragging it out as long as I could, then finally stood up and stepped into the hallway. My legs felt tight, and my back ached from sitting too long. I stretched my arms once, and then headed out. The music was still playing, another soft saxophone loop, the same one as before. I was starting to hate it. It reminded me of holding music or the kind of soundtrack you hear when you are alone in a dentist's office at night. Too cheerful, too polished, fake. I walked the perimeter of the store first. The outer loop was the fastest, and I figured I'd save the aisles for the way back. When I passed the frozen section, I paused and looked down the row. The cart was gone. I froze. I hadn't moved it. I had left it at the front, the full one, and now it wasn't there either. I looked around, trying to stay calm. Maybe a worker had come in early, someone doing prep, but the parking lot had been empty when I checked. I would have heard the door open. I kept walking. My stomach clenched when I passed aisle 10. I didn't look. I hadn't looked once since the shift started, but this time I could feel something coming from it, a feeling like static, like the sound of a dead television channel buzzing in my ears, except it wasn't coming through my ears at all. It was inside my head. I gritted my teeth and forced myself forward. The faster I finished, the faster I could get back to the break room. As I neared the registers, something else caught my attention. There was a low scraping sound, metal against tile. I turned toward it automatically and saw the full shopping cart again. It was back, sitting near lane 5. Only now it was empty. The food was gone. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The cart rocked slightly, like it had just been pushed into place. I stared at it for a few more seconds, then slowly backed away, keeping my eyes on it the whole time. I didn't turn my back to it until I was nearly at the break room door. I stepped inside and locked it behind me. Back in the chair, back at the monitors, my heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my neck. I checked the cameras again. The cart was still there, empty, alone. On the monitor showing the freezer aisle, the open door was now closed. I didn't know when that happened. I glanced at the clock, 2:08. Time was crawling. I opened my soda, took another sip, and tried not to think about anything. Not the cart, not aisle 10, not the freezer, not the woman. I had almost forgotten about her. It had been quiet so far, but the rules had been clear. If you saw her, go to the break room. No eye contact, no questions. I checked the camera feeds again, slowly now, giving each one a good look. Camera 11. The aisle between canned soup and bagged rice. She was there, standing with her back to the camera. I stared, frozen. She wore a long blue dress. Her black hair hung straight down her back like a curtain. Her arms were pale, almost gray, and they hung at her sides without moving. In her right hand, she held a shopping basket filled with raw meat. She didn't move, not even a little. I blinked several times, hoping I was just seeing something wrong. Maybe it was a mannequin. Maybe it was a leftover Halloween prop. But she was still there, still not moving. I switched to the next feed, She wasn't on it. I flipped through 3 more. Nothing. Then I came back to the aisle camera. She was gone. I stood up fast enough to knock the chair backward. I didn't even notice the loud clatter until a second later. I checked every feed, every aisle, the front door, the back. Nothing. She had disappeared. But she had been there. I couldn't forget the meat in the basket, the way her arms just hung there, limp and wrong. I backed into the corner of the room, away from the window on the door, and crouched down. This was real. This was happening. And it wasn't over yet. I stayed crouched in the corner of the break room longer than I probably needed to. I knew it, too. My knees were aching and my legs had gone numb, but I couldn't make myself move. The moment I got up, I'd be back in it, back in the quiet store, back on the cameras, back to waiting for something else to show up. I wasn't even sure if it mattered whether I followed the rules at this point. That woman had appeared even though I had done everything right. I had not gone near aisle 10. I had ignored the knocking. I had done every patrol on time, but she still found me. Eventually, the pain in my legs forced me to stand. I pulled the chair upright, sat down, and leaned forward onto the desk, pressing my palms into my eyes until I saw stars. The jazz music was still playing. That was the only thing keeping me grounded now. As long as it kept going, maybe I could keep going too. The time was 2:47. I had to do another patrol in just over 10 minutes. I was already dreading it. The thought of walking out there again made my stomach twist. It was getting harder and harder to leave this room. It was the only place that felt remotely safe, but I also knew what the rules said. I could not break the schedule. If I did, maybe something worse would happen. Maybe she would not wait for the camera next time. Maybe she would just walk right through the door. I opened a granola bar from my backpack and forced myself to eat it, even though I was not hungry. The chewing helped me focus, helped me feel a little more normal. For a few seconds, I could pretend this was just a boring overnight shift, the kind where nothing happened at all. But then I saw it. On camera 9. Aisle 10. The feed was not supposed to show it. I had checked all of them earlier, and none of the cameras pointed directly down that aisle. But now, somehow, this one did. The angle had changed. It was tilted a little more to the right than before, just enough to see partway into the forbidden aisle. And someone was standing there. I could only see the back half of their body, long legs, bare feet, pale skin that looked almost blue in the black and white feed. Their upper half was hidden behind the edge of the camera frame, but they were definitely there, standing completely still. I leaned closer to the monitor, squinting at the screen. Then they moved. Just a step, slow. The bare foot slid forward, followed by the other. It looked like they were gliding, not walking, the way a person might move underwater, and then they were gone. Out of frame, the aisle was empty again. I switched to another camera. Nothing. Then another. Still nothing. The clock hit 3 on the dot. It was time. I wanted to wait, just 5 minutes, just long enough to make sure whoever or whatever that was had really disappeared. But the rules were clear, every 30 minutes, not when I felt like it. Not when it was convenient. I stood up, grabbed my flashlight even though I did not really need it, and stepped into the hallway. The lights in the store were still on, the music was still playing, everything looked the same, but it did not feel the same. The air had shifted, it felt thicker somehow, like walking through fog. The smell had changed too. It was faint, but something sour and metallic lingered near the meat section. I tried breathing through my mouth and kept moving. I started my patrol at the far end of the store. Cereal, pasta, soup. Everything looked untouched, too untouched. Not a single item was out of place, not one crooked box or shifted can. It was like the shelves had been reset by something that did not know what a human grocery store was supposed to look like. When I reached the midpoint, I paused at the edge of aisle 10. I did not look in. I just stood there, my eyes fixed on the floor, listening. Nothing. No footsteps, no breathing, no crying, just music and humming lights. I kept walking. I was about halfway through the patrol when I saw it. A new cart. This one was small, one of the half-sized ones. It was sitting at the end of the cleaning supplies aisle near the buckets and mop heads. There was something in it. I walked closer, cautiously, hands tight at my sides. Inside the cart was a single item. A package of raw ground beef. It was leaking. Red liquid dripped from a small tear in the plastic, leaving little smears on the metal grate of the cart. I stepped closer and could see that it had soaked into the cart's handle too. Dark stains that looked fresh. I backed away. I was not going to touch it. I was not even going to look at it any longer than I had to. I turned and walked the rest of the loop as quickly as I could. When I finally reached the break room, I slammed the door behind me and sat down hard in the chair, hands trembling. I watched the screen again. The cart was still there. The meat was still leaking, but now there were footprints. Small, pale ones leading away from the cart and vanishing down the aisle. I kept staring at them, hoping they would go away, or dry up, or fade into the tile. But they didn't. They just stayed there, pointing in the direction of aisle 10. My mouth was dry. My fingers hurt from gripping the edge of the desk too tight. I did not want to be here anymore. But I still had 3 hours left. I tried not to look at the screen again, but my eyes kept drifting back to it. The cart hadn't moved. The package of ground beef still sat there, slowly dripping onto the tile, and those pale footprints. They were still pointed toward aisle 10, almost like a trail, like something wanted me to follow. I wasn't going to. I didn't even want to leave the break room. Every time I got up to do another patrol, it took more out of me. My legs were sore, my back hurt. My hands kept trembling even when I was sitting perfectly still. It felt like my body was rejecting this whole experience, like it knew I shouldn't be here, like it wanted me to run. But I couldn't, not yet. The clock on the wall read 3:32. I had less than 3 hours left. I could survive that. I had to. I just needed to keep following the rules, stay inside the lines. Keep my head down and my eyes off anything I wasn't supposed to see. That was all. I set a timer on my phone and leaned back in the chair, trying to let my muscles relax. It didn't work. I was too keyed up, my thoughts running in too many directions. I thought about the footprints again. The bare feet, the way they didn't belong to anyone I had actually seen, and I thought about how cold the air had felt during my last walk, like the store had been taken over by something that did not belong. When the timer buzzed, I nearly jumped out of my skin. 3:59. I shut it off, stood up, and stretched my arms. Then I opened the break room door and stepped out into the store again. It was quiet. The music still played, soft and slow, but everything else was dead silent. The lights buzzed faintly overhead. The air still had that faint metallic smell, but it was weaker now, like it was starting to fade. I began my patrol without hesitation. I wanted to get it over with quickly. The quicker I moved, the less I had to notice. The cart was still there, exactly where I had seen it, but the meat was gone. The package itself was still sitting in the cart, but it had been peeled open. The plastic looked like it had been torn apart by fingers or teeth. I did not stop. I just kept walking. When I turned the corner into the next aisle, I noticed something odd about the shelves. It was a small thing, barely noticeable. The cans had been rearranged. Rows and rows of the same exact can. No labels. Just plain silver metal with a small black stamp on the lid. The entire aisle was filled with them. It hadn't been like that earlier. I passed through quickly and kept going, trying to ignore the faint sound I thought I heard behind me. A dragging noise, soft and slow, like something being pulled across the floor. I didn't turn around. The lights flickered once as I passed the dairy section. Just a quick blink, barely enough to make my heart jump. I caught a glimpse of something in the reflection of the glass door, a shape, tall and still, but when I turned, there was nothing there. I moved faster. I was nearly back to the break room when the music stopped again. It didn't fade, it just cut out, mid-note. I froze. Every sound disappeared. No more jazz, no more hum, just a flat, ringing silence that filled the whole store. I turned on my heel and sprinted. The break room door came into view, and I grabbed the knob, yanking it open and slamming it shut behind me. I locked it, stumbled backward, and collapsed into the chair. My breathing was loud in the silence, harsh and fast. I tried to slow it down, counting in my head. 1, 2, 3, 4 in. 1, 2, 3, 4 out. The screen in front of me showed the store unmoving. I flipped through the camera feeds, looking for something, anything, that would tell me why the music stopped. Camera 7 showed the end of the frozen section, empty. Camera 12 covered the registers, still. Camera 9 again, aisle 10. She was there. Not at the far end this time. She was close, standing right at the edge of the aisle, half visible in the camera frame, still facing away, still holding that basket of meat. I didn't move. She wasn't walking, she wasn't looking at the camera, she just stood there, like she was waiting. Then she turned. Not fast, just slowly, like someone waking up from a long sleep. Her face came into view, and I felt my breath catch in my throat. She had no eyes. Just empty sockets, dark and sunken, with streaks of dried red running down her cheeks. Her mouth was stretched wide, but not in a scream. It looked like a grin, except wrong, too wide. Too many teeth. Her skin was paper pale and stretched too tight over her face, like it was about to tear. I slammed my eyes shut. The rule, no eye contact. Even through the monitor, I didn't want to take chances. I covered my face with both hands and waited. 1 minute, 2. When I finally peeked through my fingers, she was gone. The music crackled back to life a few seconds later. I let out a sound I didn't even realize I had been holding in, something between a sob and a laugh. It didn't feel real anymore. None of this did. I checked the clock. 4:29. Only 90 minutes left. The next patrol felt like walking through a dream, not a regular one though. The kind where the air is too thick and your legs do not work right, and something bad is always just out of frame. I didn't want to leave the break room again, not after what I had just seen, but I was too scared to break the schedule. It felt like the rules were the only thing keeping me alive. I stepped out slowly. The music was still playing, that horrible smooth jazz loop, scratchy and repetitive. I had heard it so many times by now that the sound of silence almost felt preferable. At least when the music stopped, I knew what I had to do. But this in-between state, where the song kept playing and everything else felt wrong, that was harder, like pretending things were fine when they weren't. Like walking through a haunted house in broad daylight and pretending the ghosts cannot touch you. I passed the cereal aisle. The boxes were all turned backward now, every single one, like someone had taken the time to rotate them so the labels faced the wall. I kept walking. In the frozen section, I noticed handprints again. They were smeared across the glass in long, jagged streaks, like someone had been clawing at the doors. Some of the doors were slightly open now, just cracked enough to let a little cold fog seep out. There was no knocking this time, just silence behind the jazz and the faint hiss of leaking air. The cart with the torn meat package was gone. I found that almost worse. I had grown used to seeing it in the corner of my eye, just sitting there. Now the space felt wrong without it. I kept my head down and pushed through the rest of the patrol. Every aisle felt off somehow. The shelves were too clean, or too empty, or too full. The labels had changed. Some had no words at all, just blank spaces or smudged ink. Others had words, but they didn't make sense. Ingredients I had never heard of. Brand names that looked familiar at first, but dissolved into nonsense the longer I stared. When I finally made it back to the break room, I didn't feel relieved. I felt watched. Not in the camera sense, in a real breathing sense, like something was standing just behind me the whole time, waiting for me to look back. I closed the door and leaned against it, listening to the music spill softly through the speakers. Then I walked to the chair, sat down slowly, and stared at the monitors. I didn't want to look, but not looking felt worse, like ignoring something that might be walking straight toward me. I flipped through the feeds again, one by one. Nothing in the produce section, nothing at the front of the store. Camera 7 showed a faint shadow at the end of the meat aisle, but it didn't move. I held my breath and kept watching. It eventually slipped out of frame like it had never been there. The music cracked for a second, just a skip, like the record had scratched. Then it picked back up again. It was the first time that it happened without the music fully cutting out. A warning, maybe, a reminder. The clock said 5:13. 47 minutes left. I let my eyes close for a minute, just one, but something about the rhythm of the music started messing with me. It got inside my head, like it was trying to mimic my heartbeat, or maybe the other way around. I started counting the seconds between loops. 5 seconds, then 7, then 5 again. It did not line up right. It was off by just enough to feel wrong. The camera in the break room blinked once, just a little static. That had not happened before. I stared at it. Nothing changed. I looked again at the feed showing aisle 10, still angled too far to see much, but I noticed something strange at the edge of the frame. A smudge, or a reflection. It looked like a handprint. Pale and pressed against the floor, as if someone had crawled around the corner and paused there. I didn't want to find out who it belonged to. At 5:29, I stood up for what I prayed would be my last patrol. I walked slower this time, not because I wanted to. My legs just didn't have much left in them. My knees ached and my arms felt heavy, like I had been dragging weights behind me all night. I moved like someone much older than I was. In the cleaning aisle, I passed a trail of wet footprints. Bare feet again, the same kind of smudges I had seen earlier. They were fresh, still glistening under the overhead lights. They led in a winding pattern between shelves before disappearing under a stock cart. I did not check underneath it. I passed the dairy section. Some of the shelves were empty now, cleaned out entirely. I did not hear anything. No whispering, no crying, no knocking. It felt like the store was holding its breath. I made it to the break room door and reached for the handle. That is when I noticed it. The music had stopped. But I was still outside, and someone was walking toward me. I heard the footsteps before I turned, soft, even, slow. I spun around, eyes wide, and locked onto her. She stood in the center of the checkout lane, staring at me with those awful white eyes. No pupils, no irises, just pale sockets full of spidery red lines. Her black dress hung loose around her bony frame, and the basket in her hand still held the meat, dripping slow trails across the tile. I couldn't move. Not just out of fear, something was holding me there, rooting my feet to the ground. I broke free and ran. My hand found the doorknob and wrenched it open. I tumbled inside and slammed the door shut. The lights flickered once as I threw the lock. The camera feed blinked again, just a little static. Then her face filled the screen, inches from the camera. I shoved the monitor away and fell backward out of the chair. She was outside the room, waiting, and I had 30 minutes left. I stared at the monitor, heart hammering. Her face was so close to the lens it was out of focus. Just a pale blur, with no features except those awful white eyes and thin strands of black hair that draped across the screen like wet thread. I backed into the farthest corner of the break room and sat on the floor with my knees up and arms around them. I didn't know what else to do. The music wasn't playing. The lights had started buzzing again, that uneven flicker that made shadows jitter along the floor. I kept waiting to hear her footsteps right outside the door, but they never came. She didn't knock, she didn't move, she just stayed in front of the camera, watching. I knew the rule, stay in the break room until the music comes back on, so I waited. The clock ticked slowly toward 6, the longest 30 minutes of my life. I didn't look at the screen again. I didn't want to see her face a second longer than I had to. I just sat on the floor, fingers locked around each other so tightly they ached. And then, like someone flipped a switch, the music started again. The same old loop, a little scratchy, still offbeat in places, but it was there. I blinked. She was gone. The camera was empty, no face, no shadow, just the normal, grainy black and white feed showing the front of the store, nothing out of place, nothing moving. She had left, just like the rules said she would. I didn't stand up right away. I was shaking too hard. My whole body felt hollow, like everything inside had been scooped out and replaced with static. I stayed on the floor a few minutes longer, breathing in through my nose and out through my mouth until the feeling passed. At 5:56 I stood. It felt surreal, like I was waking up from something. I looked around the break room, as if seeing it for the first time. The chair, the computer, the empty can of soda on the desk. It was all so ordinary. After everything that had happened, it felt wrong for the room to be so plain. I took one last look at the monitor, all clear. Then I opened the door and stepped into the store one final time. It was still. No carts, no wet footprints, no blood, no cold spots, just a regular empty grocery store in the early hours of morning, with sunlight beginning to show through the front doors. I walked slowly to the registers, expecting something to stop me, a noise, a shadow, anything, but there was nothing. Just the music, playing faintly overhead, and the sound of my own footsteps echoing on the tile. When I reached the front, I waited. I watched the sliding doors, half expecting them to stay shut. But at exactly 6 o'clock they opened. Fresh air hit me like a shock. Real air, cold with a bit of morning fog on it. The parking lot was mostly empty, just a few arriving cars and the sound of birds waking up. I stepped outside. I did not run. I did not look back. I just walked straight to my car, unlocked it, and slid into the seat. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my keys twice before I finally got the engine to turn over. The jazz music was still playing in the store. I could hear it through the glass as I pulled away. I didn't breathe normally until I had turned off the main road and was back on the highway. Even then, it took a while for the adrenaline to wear off. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, expecting to see something sitting in the back seat. Nothing was there. I made it home just after 6:30. The sun had risen, but everything still felt dim. I threw my backpack onto the floor, walked into the kitchen, and stood there for a while, unsure what to do next. Eventually I made coffee. Then I sat at the table and stared at the wall until the mug was empty. I didn't sleep that day. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her, standing at the end of the aisle holding that basket. Or worse, standing just outside the door, face pressed up against the window. But I didn't go back to the store. That was the part I wasn't sure about, whether I'd be asked to, whether I had to. The rules had said not to end the shift early, but they didn't say anything about coming back. Maybe it was a one-night thing. Maybe I passed some kind of test. I had no idea. I got a call from Clive around 3 that afternoon. I didn't answer. He left a message, something about my next shift and how they were happy to have me. I deleted it. 2 days passed, then 4. I didn't hear anything else. I started to think I was in the clear. But on the 5th day, I got something in the mail. No return address, just a plain white envelope. Inside was a check, $252, payment for 1 shift. I didn't know whether to laugh or throw it away. There was a note too, typed like the original list of rules. Thank you for your work. Your dedication and adherence to procedure is greatly appreciated. Should you wish to take additional shifts, contact Clive directly. There was no phone number, no email, just that same signature. I put the letter away in the drawer and tried to forget about it. It's been a week now. Sometimes I hear that same jazz song in random places, in the car, at the gas station, in a waiting room. I know it's probably nothing, a coincidence. But sometimes I wonder if that store is still watching me, if I broke some rule without realizing it, if she remembers me. But nothing has happened. Not yet. And I have no intention of ever going back. My name is Sammy, and I am 17 years old. Up until recently, I never had to worry about money. I come from a good family, no problems with bills or drama, just the usual suburban life. But by the time I hit my final year of high school, I noticed something. All my friends had part-time jobs. They were working at diners, coffee shops, retail stores, earning their own cash, buying their own stuff. And me, I had never held a job in my life. I guess it was peer pressure that finally got to me. I didn't want to be the only one still asking my dad for money every time a new game dropped. So I started looking. Most of the jobs were boring or barely paid anything. I was about to give up when I found something strange on a job listing site. The ad read like this: Night security guard needed, private animal facility. Hours, midnight to 6 a.m. Pay, $150 per night. Applicants must be 20 or younger. NDA required. That last part gave me pause. 20 or younger? Why the age cap? And what kind of private zoo needed a teenager to guard it at night? Still, the money was really good. I called the number listed. A man picked up almost immediately and introduced himself as Gordon. His voice was calm, smooth, but there was something slightly off about it. He didn't ask about my resume or experience. Instead, he fired off a string of strange questions. Are you easily frightened by loud noises? What's your height? Can you follow instructions without hesitation? I answered everything honestly. I asked him what the job actually was and why the age restriction mattered. He paused, then said, "You'll understand when you get there." Then he emailed me a form to fill out. It asked for my name, address, and some basic info. No social security number, which felt weird, but it also made me more likely to go through with it. I mean, if they weren't trying to steal my identity, how bad could it really be? But the more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. A private zoo, no background check, and what was all that about an NDA? Eventually, I decided not to go through with it. I shut off my computer and went to bed around 2 in the morning, thinking I would look for something else the next day. I woke up to find I wasn't in my room. I was lying in a small white bed inside a strange, sterile room. Everything was white, the walls, the furniture, even the rug on the floor. There was no window, and the air felt unnaturally clean. I sat up and realized I was wearing a sleek watch I had never seen before. It displayed the time, my heart rate, and something labeled Lifeline. I stood up, confused and a little scared, and walked to the door. It was unlocked. Outside was a long corridor, lined with enclosures on both sides, giant cages, each containing something large and alive. I took a few cautious steps forward and approached the nearest one. Inside was a massive creature that looked like a tiger, but not quite. It was longer, maybe 15 feet from nose to tail, and at least 6 feet tall. Its fur shimmered with a faint green hue. As soon as it saw me, it roared. The sound hit me like a shockwave. I stumbled back, clutching my ears. A small screen beside the cage lit up with a description. Prototype 1, Maxus, genetically modified Bengal tiger, enhanced muscle mass and vocal capacity. Roar volume exceeds tolerable human threshold. Subject is loyal to humans under specific conditions. Before I could finish reading, it roared again, even louder. Pain shot through my skull and I sprinted back to the room I had woken up in. On the desk was a piece of paper next to a pair of large noise-canceling headphones. I picked up the note with shaking hands and started to read. Welcome. First things first. Yes, you are going to be paid. No, you're not trapped here. You'll be brought in from midnight to 6 in the morning, then returned home as if nothing happened. During that time, a shape-shifting proxy will take your place in the outside world. Do not try to alert anyone. No one will believe you, and you'll only make it worse. Your job is to follow the rules. Survival depends on it. Beneath that was a list of rules, each more bizarre than the last. Rule 1. Always wear the headphones. They will protect you from lethal sounds. You must check all 12 enclosures at least once per hour. Failure to do so will automatically unlock every cage. Rule 2. If prototype 10 begins to scream or bash the walls, retreat immediately. Lock yourself in your room and turn on all the lights. It cannot hurt you in well-lit spaces. Rule 3. If you see another person in the zoo, shoot them. A pistol is located in the drawer beside your bed. They are not human. Failure to neutralize them within 2 minutes will result in paralysis, followed by extreme torture and eventual death. Rule 4. If any prototype escapes, sound the alarm and release Maxis using the button under your bed. He will handle it. Afterward, lure him back into his cage using the beef-scented barrel in your closet. Rule 5. If Maxis is defeated, end your own life. There are no other defenses. Maxis is the only ally you have. There were more rules, but I could barely process what I had already read. My hands were shaking as I picked up the headphones and put them on. I didn't know what was going on, or why I was here, or how they had managed to teleport me to this place. But one thing was clear. This was real. It wasn't a dream. The zoo existed, and so did the creatures. Just then, I noticed a foul stench drifting into the room. It smelled like rotting meat and spoiled fish. I looked down at the note again. Rule 9. If you smell something foul, follow it. Enter the cage from which it originates. Lock eyes with the prototype. Do not flinch, no matter what. I grabbed the note and walked toward the smell. The smell got worse the closer I got to the cage. It was thick, almost oily, like garbage left to rot in the sun for days, mixed with something sour and wet. I had the rule sheet clutched in my left hand and the flashlight from my bedside drawer in the other. I didn't know why I brought the light, honestly. Everything was already well lit, but having something in my hand made me feel slightly less helpless, slightly. The cage with the odor was labeled Prototype 8. I stepped in front of the plaque to read its description. Prototype 8, Grouch. Genetically engineered bird of prey. Wingspan, 23 feet. Height, 7 feet, 6 inches. Talon length, 11 inches. Emits a paralytic screech. Secondary abilities triggered upon release include minor atmospheric manipulation. Use of visual dominance protocol is advised. Subject will disengage if human target displays no fear. The door to the cage was already ajar. I didn't know if someone forgot to lock it, or if that thing had figured out how to open it from the inside. Either way, I was standing there in front of a massive cage half open, with something living inside that could break bones just by shrieking. I stood there for too long. My body didn't want to move forward. My brain was screaming at me to back away and find someone, anyone, who could take over, but I knew that was pointless. No one was coming. No one else existed here, at least not anyone I could trust, and the longer I waited, the more that smell filled the air, like a countdown I couldn't see. So I stepped inside. Grouch stood at the far end of the enclosure. Its feathers were black with a blue shimmer, almost metallic. Its beak looked strong enough to crush a watermelon in one snap. Its eyes were huge, dark, and strangely human. The second I crossed the threshold, those eyes snapped onto mine. I felt like something icy slid down my spine. I froze, not because of fear at least, not entirely, but because I remembered the rule. Eye contact, do not flinch, let it come. I was already wearing the headphones, but I had no idea how much they would actually help if this thing screamed. It opened its wings. They spread wide and fast, brushing against the walls of the enclosure. The wind it generated hit me hard, and I stumbled a step backward. Not enough to break eye contact, but I knew that was a warning. It started pacing in a wide circle, keeping me in its line of sight the entire time. I could feel something prickling at the edge of my vision, like shadows trying to take shape. I knew it was trying to distract me. I clenched my fists. My knees started to shake. The instinct to run was so strong I thought my body would move on its own, but I held the stare. I reminded myself of the rule, do not flinch. No matter what. Then Grouch let out a screech. Even through the headphones I could hear it. It felt like it was coming from inside my skull. My muscles spazzed, and I dropped to one knee. I couldn't move my arms. My legs twitched against the floor. I was paralyzed, exactly like the rule had warned, but my neck still worked, my eyes still locked onto his. It circled me twice more, then swooped low overhead, just enough to make me feel the wind and catch a glimpse of those massive talons inches from my face. Still, I didn't look away. Eventually, the odor started to fade, the air cleared, Grouch's eyes softened slightly, just for a moment, before it turned and retreated to the corner of its cage. I felt my fingers twitch again. My arms came back first, then my legs. When I could stand, I stumbled out and closed the door behind me. It clicked shut automatically. My heart was hammering in my chest. I pressed my back against the cage door, slid down, and sat on the floor. I stayed like that for maybe 5 or 10 minutes. I lost track. I was just breathing, focusing on not throwing up. After I calmed down, I forced myself to go back to my room. I needed to sit somewhere that didn't smell like fear and death. I tossed the flashlight on the desk, pulled off the headphones, and dropped them next to it. I looked down at the watch. It was 1:27. Barely 90 minutes in. I pulled out the rule sheet again. My eyes skimmed the lines I had already followed, and then I stopped on Rule 7, Prototype 5, Magenta. Her description said something about gills turning blue and a hypnotic song. I tried to remember which cage she was in. Somewhere toward the back left, I thought. I decided I would wait another 10 minutes before I started my round again. I needed to breathe. At exactly 1:45, the alarms went off. It wasn't loud, not like a fire alarm or anything. It was this low, mechanical tone that echoed across the corridor like a heartbeat. I felt it in my chest before I registered what it meant. A prototype had escaped. Rule 4. I grabbed the note again, reading as fast as I could while moving toward the bed. There was a small panel underneath the frame, almost hidden unless you were looking for it. I pressed it, and a small red button popped out. I hit it. Far down the hall, I heard the sound of a cage opening. Maxis. The green tiger, the one from earlier. I didn't hear him roar, but I did hear the sounds of something being torn apart. Metal crashing, a low, thunderous growl, and then silence. The watch on my wrist beeped once. I didn't know why. I ran to the closet and pulled out the barrel the note had mentioned. It smelled awful, like raw meat mixed with gasoline. I rolled it down the hall toward Maxis's enclosure. It bounced once, twice, then rolled to a stop just inside the cage. Maxis didn't hesitate. He trotted over and sniffed the barrel, then picked it up with his teeth and walked inside. I hit the red button again, and his door slammed shut behind him. I stood there, heart pounding, staring at the locked cage. Maxis stared back at me, and then he turned and laid down like nothing had happened. It was only 2:15. Still almost 4 more hours to go. I didn't move for a long time after sealing Maxis back into his cage. I just stood there in the middle of that corridor, with the faint smell of blood and metal still hanging in the air. It was like the zoo itself was holding its breath. Everything had gone quiet again, but it didn't feel like peace. It felt like the pause between something ending and something worse beginning. I finally forced myself to head back to my room. My legs were heavy, my body aching in a way I didn't even notice until the adrenaline had faded. I sat on the edge of the bed, took off the headphones, and wiped my face with both hands. My skin felt damp. I wasn't sure if it was sweat or something else. I didn't want to think about it too hard. I glanced at the watch. It was 2:28 in the morning. The second hand ticked forward with that slow, almost mocking rhythm. Still more than 3 hours left. I got up and paced the room, trying to stop the tremble in my hands. I felt like I was in over my head. No, scratch that. I knew I was in over my head. I didn't know if the other kids who worked these shifts were handling it better, or if they had just gone numb to it. Either way, I was still new. Still flinching every time a vent clicked or a floorboard creaked. After a while, I looked down at the list of rules again. I hadn't seen the fake human yet, the one that needed to be shot. I wasn't looking forward to that. I wasn't even sure if I could go through with it if the time came, but Rule 3 had been very clear. If you see another person, shoot first. There was no room for doubt. I walked over to the drawer and opened it. The pistol was still there. Heavy, dark, real. I picked it up, held it in my hand for a moment, then set it back down. I didn't want it on me unless I absolutely had to. At exactly 3 o'clock, I left the room to start another round. I still needed to check all 12 enclosures. I had only seen a few of the prototypes so far, but that smell from earlier, that one awful detail, had been enough to convince me to follow every rule exactly. Most of the cages were quiet. I passed by Prototype 2, a hulking reptilian shape curled up in the dark. The glass of the enclosure was frosted, which was probably for the best. The plaque on the wall said something about thermoregulation and sudden bursts of movement. I didn't read further. Prototype 4 was empty except for a shifting shadow that seemed to move in and out of the corners of my eyes. I didn't stop walking. Then I got to Prototype 5. Magenta. She didn't look dangerous, not at first. Just a woman sitting in a shallow pool of water at the back of the cage. Her skin shimmered with faint purples and pinks under the fluorescent lights, and the gills on her neck moved slowly, almost rhythmically. I stared for a second, then remembered the rule. If her gills turn blue and she makes eye contact, look away fast and put on your headphones. She will try to sing. I reached up and adjusted the headphones just in case. As I did, she stood. Water rippled around her legs as she moved closer. She tilted her head and smiled too wide, too perfect. Her gills pulsed once, then again. And then they turned blue. I yanked my eyes away so fast I nearly dropped the flashlight. I stared at the floor, backed up 3 steps, and held my breath. A soft melody began to drift through the air, sweet like lullabies in ocean waves. Even with the headphones I could hear it faintly, like it was trying to sneak into my thoughts through cracks I didn't know I had. I pressed my hands over the headphones, doubled up on the silence. The song got quieter, then it stopped completely. When I finally looked up again, Magenta was back in the pool, lying on her side, her gills back to red. She wasn't smiling anymore. I left without another glance. I checked the rest of the enclosures without incident. Prototype 7 was asleep, a long eel-like creature that pulsed with bioluminescent light. Prototype 11, Talon, looked almost peaceful, curled up on a pile of synthetic leaves with its wings wrapped tightly around itself. A bipedal wolf with jet-black feathers along its back and arms. Still terrifying, but at least it didn't seem interested in me. When I got back to my room, it was 3:43. I sat down and tried to calm my racing heart. One more round, maybe 2, and I'd be out of here. At 6, I'd wake up in my bed, with money in my pocket, and the illusion that none of this had ever happened. That was when the lights flickered. Not off, just dimmer, like something was pulling power away from the rest of the building. I checked the hallway. The overhead bulbs buzzed weakly, casting long, twitching shadows on the floor. I closed the door and locked it. That's when I heard it. A voice. Not loud, just wrong. It sounded like my own voice, like someone was outside the door, pretending to be me. "Hey, it's Sammy, let me in." I froze. "Come on, it's me. I forgot something in the room." I stared at the door. I didn't move. I didn't speak. The voice tried again. "Don't be a freak. I just need my watch." Still calm, still mine, but flat, off, somehow. Then silence. I crept to the door and looked through the peephole. There I was, standing right outside the door, same clothes, same haircut, same exhausted look on my face. My copy stood still, not knocking, not fidgeting, just staring at the door like it knew I was watching. The rule flashed in my head. Rule 3. If you see another person walking in the zoo, shoot them. I turned back to the drawer, pulled out the pistol, and gripped it with both hands. I took a breath. Then another. And another. I aimed it at the door. And waited. But I didn't open it, because I knew the second I did, it wouldn't be my reflection standing there anymore. I stood there with the pistol pointed at the door for what felt like hours. My arms started to ache. I had no idea if the thing pretending to be me was still standing on the other side, or if it had already slipped away. The watch on my wrist read 4:02 in the morning. Still 2 hours left. 2 hours in a place where every second stretched like it wanted to break me. Eventually, I backed away from the door, keeping the pistol in my hand. I did not unlock it. I did not speak. I just sat back on the edge of the bed and tried to slow my breathing. I did not know if staying quiet would help, but it was the only thing I could think to do. The imitation version of me had not tried to break in, not yet. Maybe it was not allowed to. Or maybe it was just waiting for me to mess up. I looked at the rule sheet again. Rule 3 had warned me about this. That thing, whatever it was the only one vulnerable to the pistol. Everything else would kill me before I even had time to scream, but not the imposter. The rules made that very clear. If I saw it, I had 2 minutes to shoot. If I failed, it would paralyze me, and then I remembered the rest of that rule. I had read it once, and it had been burned into my memory ever since. So I sat still. I waited. Eventually the hallway outside my room creaked again. Faint footsteps, then nothing. I counted to 100 slowly in my head, then counted again. I didn't go near the door until I was sure the hallway was completely still. Even then, I did not look through the peephole. I just sat there clutching the pistol until the pain in my knuckles forced me to ease my grip. At 4:30, the alarm went off again. This time I jumped out of my seat without hesitation. The low, vibrating tone was the exact same as before. Another prototype had escaped. I moved fast. Pressed the button under my bed to open Maxis's cage. I heard it open down the hall, followed by a deep, low growl that made my stomach tighten. I didn't wait to hear what came next. I ran to the closet, grabbed the barrel, and made my way toward his enclosure. But halfway there, I stopped. There was a body on the floor. At first I thought it was one of the prototypes. Then I realized it was the imposter, the one that had looked just like me. Its neck was broken, twisted at an unnatural angle. Its arms were stretched out to the sides. Its face was still my face. Same tired eyes, same crooked nose, same look of confusion, but it was not breathing. Maxis stood just a few feet away, watching me. I held up the barrel and rolled it toward his cage. He sniffed the air, then calmly turned and padded back into his enclosure. I waited for him to go all the way in before I hit the button again. The door sealed, shut behind him with a mechanical click. I stood there, staring at the dead thing on the floor for a long moment. Then I looked away. I did not want to remember it too clearly. Whatever it was, it had been a warning, a reminder. The rules were not suggestions. They were survival instructions. I finished the round, checked all the cages. Nothing else seemed out of place. Magenta was asleep. Talon was pacing a little but calm. Grouch was still curled up, wings folded tight. I did not take any chances. I kept the headphones on, flashlight in one hand, pistol in the other. No more hesitation. At 5:23, the lights flickered again. Not like before. This time they went out completely. For 3 full seconds everything was dark. I could not see my hands. I could not see the hallway. I could not see the cages. Then the backup lights kicked on. A red glow filled the corridors. It made everything look wrong, like I had stepped into a nightmare version of the zoo. The cages were still there, but the shadows inside them looked sharper, angrier. My chest tightened. A second alarm went off. This one was different, higher pitch, urgent. I ran back to the room, slammed the door shut, and turned on every single light, even the little desk lamp. I didn't know what was coming, but I remembered Rule 2. If Prototype 10 starts screaming and hitting the walls, hide in a lit room. Then I heard it. A deep, inhuman scream echoed down the hall. Not a roar, not a growl, a scream, painful, hungry. The walls of the room trembled. I backed away from the door and crouched in the farthest corner. My arms wrapped around my knees. My hands trembled. The scream came again, this time closer. The sound of metal slamming echoed behind it. A cage had been broken, not unlocked, broken. The lights flickered once, then steadied. Something scraped past my door, a dragging sound like claws or metal or bones. I held my breath. Then silence. Complete, unnatural silence. I looked down at my watch. It was 5:47. If I could just wait 13 more minutes, I would be done. I would wake up in my bed. The money would be there. The night would be over. That was what the rule sheet had promised. At 6 o'clock, I would pass out and wake up at home. The lights flickered again. The watch beeped once. Then the red glow faded. I do not remember falling. 1 second I was staring at the door. The next, I was in my own bed. The sunlight was streaming in through the blinds. My hands were shaking. My shirt was damp with sweat. But I was home. The pistol was gone. The watch was gone. The paper with the rules, gone. I sat up slowly, checked my pockets. $150 in cash. Exactly as promised. I stared at the money for a long time. It looked real. It felt real. But none of it explained anything. I had been taken, transported, thrown into a place with monsters that didn't belong in this world. And now I was back, just like that. I wanted to believe it was over. But deep down, I knew it was not. The next night I told myself I would not go. I told myself I could fight it somehow. Maybe if I didn't fall asleep, if I stayed awake all night, I could stop it from happening. I took caffeine pills. I drank 2 cans of energy drinks. I sat upright in my bed, lights on, headphones in, a playlist blasting just to keep me alert. It was all useless. At exactly 12:01 my vision went black. I didn't even feel it coming. There was no warning, no dizzy spell, no sense of drifting. 1 second I was in my room, and the next I was standing in the same sterile white bedroom again, the watch already strapped to my wrist. My stomach sank. This was not a dream. This was never a dream. I didn't scream. I didn't panic. I just stood there and let the realization settle deep into my bones. This was my life now, at least for the next 3 years. I had made it through 3 nights so far. Maybe I could make it through more. Maybe. I sat down on the bed and looked over the rule sheet again. It was slightly different this time. A few new notes scribbled at the bottom, in darker ink. I had not written them. I would never write like this. Rule 11. If you hear knocking under your bed between 12:30 and 1, do not look underneath. Place the pillow over your ears. Let it finish. Do not speak. Rule 12. If the closet opens on its own, speak the words, "I see you." Then close it gently. If it stays closed, you are safe. That was all it said. No signature, no explanation, no warning about how these new rules had appeared or who had added them. I just stared at the paper, heart thudding in my chest, and read them over and over again. It was 12:24. I had 6 minutes until I would find out if either of the new rules applied tonight. I turned on the lights, triple-checked the closet door, then sat in the center of the bed with the pillow clutched tightly in my lap. The headphones were already on. I was already shaking. At 12:32, the first knock came. A single soft tap from underneath the mattress. I froze. Then came another, then another. They were slow and rhythmic, almost polite, like someone down there was patiently waiting for me to react. I didn't move. Instead, I placed the pillow firmly over my ears, just like the rule had said. I did not try to peek. I did not try to speak. I just sat there, listening to the dull pressure of sound filtered through the pillow. The knocking lasted a full 5 minutes. When it stopped, I did not move for 2 more, just in case. When I finally lifted the pillow, the room was still. The watch on my wrist read 12:42. I took 1 deep breath and stood up. Then the closet opened. Not with a bang, not with a crash, just a slow, soft creak that made the hair on my arms stand on end. The light from the ceiling cast a long shadow into the hallway of clothes. There was nothing visibly inside, nothing I could see from here. I swallowed hard. "I see you," I whispered, my voice barely coming out. Then I walked forward and gently shut the door until the latch clicked. I stepped back. It stayed closed. I waited. Still closed. That was enough. I started my round a few minutes later. The cages were quiet again, but the silence no longer brought comfort. Now it felt like the eye of a storm. I moved quickly but carefully, flashlight sweeping each cage, reading names and checking for signs of stress or movement. The routine made me feel a little better, like I was doing something, even if all it meant was surviving a few more hours. Maxis was asleep. His heavy breathing shook the floor in a steady rhythm. Talon had not moved. Magenta watched me from her pool with an unreadable expression, but her gills stayed red. I passed by a prototype I had not noticed before. Number 12. No name on the plaque. Just a line that said, "Do not enter under any circumstances." I didn't even look through the glass. I kept walking. Halfway down the hall, I smelled something strange. Not the usual rot or sulfur. This was different. Clean, sweet, almost like flowers. The scent led me toward a cage that had been previously empty. Now it was not. Prototype 9. I stopped in front of the glass. Inside was a tall skeletal figure wrapped in strips of gauze. Its face was missing entirely, just a smooth surface of bone or something like it. The scent seemed to be coming from it. Every time it shifted, a wave of that floral smell hit me. The rule sheet had not mentioned Prototype 9, not even once. I checked the plaque again, still blank. That scared me more than anything. I didn't go inside. I didn't even linger. I backed away slowly and returned to my room. I locked the door and turned on all the lights again. I sat on the bed with the rule sheet open, scanning every line for something I might have missed. Nothing about 9, nothing about flowers, nothing about the closet after 1 in the morning. But one rule stood out more now than ever. Rule 10, if Maxis ever loses a fight, shoot yourself. It sounded like a joke the first time I read it, or a warning too ridiculous to be true. But after everything I had seen, the screech that could paralyze, the mimic version of me, the knocking under the bed, it didn't feel so far-fetched anymore. And if they went through all this trouble just to give me a chance, even a slim one, I had to believe it was for a reason. I had to believe someone out there had tried and failed and left behind a map for the rest of us. The money did not matter anymore. I wasn't doing this for the cash. I was doing it because if I messed up, I would die, and it would not be quick. It would not be painless. I looked down at the watch. It was 5:58. 2 more minutes. I closed my eyes and waited for the blackness. When the blackness took me this time, it felt heavier. Not just like sleep, but like something pulling me under. I braced for it, but it was still jarring. The moment of transition was always the worst. My stomach turned inside out. The floor seemed to vanish beneath me. Then I opened my eyes and I was back. Same white room, same bed, same watch, same rules on the table. But something was different. I could feel it before I could even name it. The air was colder, thicker, like the walls had started breathing. I stood slowly and checked the lights, still working. The door was still closed. Everything looked the same. But it felt like the zoo was holding something back, like it was waiting. The paper on the table had a new note. This time, the writing was in bold red ink, written at the bottom in what looked like a rush. Final evaluation begins tonight. Do not break formation. Trust Maxis. If the lights go out, get to the center of the zoo. That was it. No new rule number, no signature, just that warning. And it hit different. It didn't feel like a warning. It felt like an order. I stepped outside and froze. The hallway lights were already dimmed. The usual clean white glow had been replaced with flickering amber, like a dying flashlight. I walked carefully, every step loud on the tile. The zoo was too quiet. I began the round like normal, checked Prototype 2, still curled up, but shifting slightly like it knew something was coming. Talon was pacing, wings twitching like it was getting ready for flight. Grouch was still in place, but he kept letting out low sounds that made the floor tremble. It was the kind of rumble you feel before an earthquake. Then I passed by Magenta. Her gills were blue. I immediately turned away, headphones clamped tight. Her song still slipped through, just barely, a note or two, like the start of a siren's hum. But I didn't fall for it. I moved quickly. Halfway through the round, the lights went out. Not a flicker this time. Total darkness. I did not panic. I remembered the note. Get to the center. I turned and ran. It was almost like the zoo was trying to stop me. The hallways felt longer, like the walls were stretching. I kept running anyway, using the red emergency lights that blinked from corners to guide me. I passed by a mirror. I caught a glimpse of myself. Or I thought I did. I kept going. The center of the zoo was a circular atrium with domed glass overhead. At night it just showed the black sky, but right now it was the only place where the lights were still working. Maxis was already there. He was standing in the middle of the room, his massive green body tense, breathing hard. When he saw me, he didn't growl, he just watched. Then I heard it. A second pair of footsteps. Light, deliberate. I turned toward the sound, and my heart nearly stopped. It was me again. Another version. Same face, same clothes, same haircut. But his eyes were wrong, too black, too calm. I reached for the pistol but realized I had left it in the drawer. The imposter smiled. "You're late," it said. Maxis let out a low rumble, almost like a warning. He stepped between us. The imposter didn't flinch. Instead, he stepped forward, slowly, like he wasn't afraid of anything. Then he lunged. Maxis moved fast, faster than I had ever seen him move. He slammed into the imposter with full force, sending it flying across the floor. But it didn't stay down. It twisted midair, landed on all fours, and skittered forward like some kind of insect pretending to be human. I backed up toward the edge of the atrium. Maxis roared and pounced again. This time he grabbed the thing in his jaws. The imposter screamed. It was my voice, but it didn't sound human. It sounded like something trying to mimic a scream but getting it wrong. Maxis didn't let go. He thrashed, slammed it into the ground, over and over. Until it stopped moving. Until the lights came back on. I stood frozen. Breathing. Shaking. Alive. The body on the floor stopped looking like me. It twisted, melted, faded into something gray and formless. I could see bones underneath, but they didn't belong to anything human. Maxis looked at me one more time. Then he turned and walked back down the hallway. His job was done. And apparently so was mine. I walked back to my room, numb. The zoo was quiet now, completely silent. I sat on the bed, the paper was gone, the watch started beeping. 6 o'clock. Then black. I woke up in my own bed, the sun peeking through the curtains. I checked my pockets. $150, same as always. But this time, there was no call. No dreams. No shift the next night. No teleporting. I waited for days, then weeks, but nothing happened. Eventually, I accepted it. I was done. It was over. Whatever that place was, whatever test I had passed, I had survived it. I don't know why. I don't know what it means. I don't know what they are or who built that zoo, or why they needed someone under 20 to survive the night. But I do know this. I kept the rules. I followed every instruction. I did not look away. And because of that, I lived. I still have the money. I keep it tucked in a drawer, untouched. Not because I'm afraid to spend it, but because it feels like a reminder of what I went through, of who I became. I am not the same kid I was before this started. I don't scare easily anymore. I don't sleep easily either. But I wake up every morning grateful. And if someone finds this, if someone reads this and thinks it's just a story, good, let it be a story. But if you ever see a job listing for a night guard at a private zoo, one with no address and an unusual age limit, please, do not apply. I started the job 2 weeks ago at the Harder's Convenience Market out on Ridgeway Drive in Marlow, Ohio. It was supposed to be a simple overnight shift, just keep the place clean, serve the occasional late-night customer, and maybe restock some shelves. I needed the money, and I thought it would be boring, maybe even peaceful. It turns out I was wrong in a way I could not have imagined. The interview was quick. The store manager, a thin man named Frank, greeted me behind the counter with a tired voice and tired eyes. He asked if I could work overnight. I said yes. He handed me a stack of codes for the front door and told me to arrive by midnight. Then he paused, reached beneath the register, and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. He slid it across the board. Then he spoke quietly. "There are rules," he said, quiet enough that I almost missed it. "You follow them exactly." I unfolded the paper, expecting some new supply list or maybe a schedule of tasks. Instead, I saw a list that made my stomach drop. Rules for the night clerk. If you see a man in a trench coat standing in freezer aisle 3, do not speak to him or approach him. He will leave at exactly 2:16 in the morning. If the store phone rings more than once between 1 and 15 minutes after 1 a.m., do not pick it up. Let it ring, even if it rings more than twice. If a woman with dripping hair walks in and asks to use the restroom, you must tell her it is broken. Do not let her in, regardless of what she says. At exactly 3 a.m., check the bakery aisle. If a loaf of bread is gone, lock the main doors immediately. Go to the staff room and remain there until 3:17. Do not look at the security monitors during that time. If you hear children laughing after 4 a.m., stay exactly at the counter. Do not move, do not speak, do not make eye contact until the laughter stops. I looked up at Frank, unsure if he was serious. "Is this some kind of joke?" I asked, forcing my voice to stay calm. His face tightened. He looked tired, worn in a way that I couldn't read as angry or just beaten. "These are not jokes," he said softly. "You follow them. You will be fine." And with that he left, disappearing into the back office. I was left with a list so strange I almost felt like I might laugh, except I knew by the look on his face that he was not joking. At midnight I clocked in. The store smelled like cold pizza and cleaning chemicals. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead in neat rows. The security camera feed showed the aisles: frozen food, snacks, beverage, bakery, home goods, and the always empty checkout lines. Not many people came in overnight, which was expected. But I was already on edge. My shift began with me wiping down the soda dispenser and wrestling open a terribly sticky bread crust bin. I tried not to think about the rules at all, just going through the motions. Then the phone rang at 1:07, a single ring that cut through the quiet. I froze. The rule flashed in my mind: do not answer. Even though it was just one ring, I hesitated. I clicked open the register drawer, and during that moment, the line went dead. The ringing stopped. I breathed out. It was probably a prank, a late-night caller, something trivial. Then it rang again, and again, 2 rums, 3 rings. It echoed through the store once, twice, thrice. I backed away. I stared at it. The rule said not to answer it. My hands itched to pick it up, but I didn't. At 4 rings, it finally stopped. The room seemed to grow quieter. My heart pounded. I checked the security monitor. One of the cameras covered the left side of the entrance. On the screen, I saw a figure standing outside. Dark trench coat, hat pulled low. He didn't move. No shadow, no glare from the lights. Just still. I stayed frozen, staring. Then the phone stopped ringing. The figure remained. My hands felt cold. I moved to the edge of the counter and watched. Then, like someone flipped a switch, he vanished. The screen glitched for a second like a cable interference, and then he was gone. It was 1:15 a.m. Nothing else happened after that. No more rings, no customers. Just stale air and the steady hum of the refrigerators. At 1:30, I pulled out a soda and leaned against the counter. I tried to tell myself I was being silly, that I was imagining things. I went back to wiping the display cases and straightening the cereal boxes. I refused to think about the rules again. I just wanted to laugh it off, but something in my gut kept warning me not to. Then at 2:15, I was stocking cans of soup near the bakery when I saw him, a man in a heavy trench coat standing near freezer aisle 3. He was still and perfect and quiet. I looked at my watch, 2:15:30. My pulse spiked. I didn't move. I didn't look at him. I pretended to reach for soup cans while I counted minutes in my head. 2:15:59. Now or never. I glanced. He was still there. Then the clock clicked. 2:16 a.m. He was gone, just like the rule said. The freezer door hummed. The fluorescent lights hummed. I exhaled without meaning to. My hands shook. I did not speak. I did not move. I did not step closer. I just kept doing the tasks I had been doing, shaking in place. When 3 o'clock hit, I moved toward the bakery aisle, dread swelling in my chest. I did not want to follow that rule, but I knew I had to. I arrived just before it struck. The row of loaves on the shelf was full, 1 minute left. Then the clock rolled to 3 a.m. The shelf was empty, like someone had reached out and taken exactly one loaf. My breath caught. My hands went cold. I grabbed the keys and lock buttons. I ran to the front door and slammed the deadbolt in place. I sprinted to the staff room, threw the lights out behind me, locked the door, and sank to the floor. My heart pounded in my ears. I hugged my knees. I tapped my foot. I stayed in place until 3:17 a.m. I did not watch the screens. I did not breathe except to count time. At exactly 3:17 the door clicked. It sounded like thunder in the room. I looked up slowly and pushed open the door. The store lights were all on. The loaves were back on the shelf. The phone was silent. The soup cans were dust-free. I checked the clock. It was 3:18. I felt like I had just stepped out of a dream, that horrible, impossible dream you cannot shake. My palms were sweaty. My shirt was sticking to my back. I tried to smile at the security monitor. I tried to straighten my chest. I tried to believe none of this had happened. Then at 4 a.m. I heard laughter, soft but unmistakable, playful children giggling. It came from somewhere behind aisle 5. I felt it float through the air, drifting around the store like soap bubbles. I remembered the rule: do not move, do not speak, do not look around. I stood there at the register, heart in my throat. I did not turn to see. I did not speak. The laughter echoed for seconds, then faded into nothing. When 4:15 a.m. hit, my shift had nearly ended. The store looked normal, too normal, but I had seen too much to ever feel the same way about it again. It was almost 6 when the morning crew arrived. I clocked out with shaking fingers. I handed over the logbook and got a nod from Frank without meeting his eyes. I walked past the always empty aisles in silence, then out the front door into the sunrise. I do not talk about that shift. I do not go back. I collect my paycheck next week. I may not even cash it. I keep the rules scraps in my jacket pocket. I do not reread them, but every so often I check the time at 1:15 a.m., 2:16 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., out of habit, I suppose. Just in case. I told myself I was done. After that shift, I swore I would never step foot in Harder's Market again. But that was a promise made in the early hours of the morning, when the sky was barely pink and my hands were still shaking. The next day, I slept most of the afternoon. I didn't check my phone. I didn't open my mail. I didn't eat. I just laid in bed, covers pulled to my chin, trying to convince myself none of it had happened. But by the time evening rolled around, I was back to checking the clock. watching the digits creep toward midnight, wondering what would happen to the store without me there to follow the rules. Around 8 that night, Frank called. I let it ring. Once, then twice. I didn't answer. He didn't leave a voicemail. I thought about the trench coat man, the woman with the wet hair, that thing in the bakery aisle, and the laughter. That sound would not leave my head. I kept hearing it in the house, faint, like it was bouncing off the walls from somewhere just outside. Every creak of the floor made me jump. By 10, I was pacing the living room. By 11, I was dressed and in the car. I didn't want to be there, but something deeper than reason kept pulling me back. I pulled into the parking lot at 11:42. Frank's car was not there. A few bugs flitted under the street lamps. A stray cat darted across the empty lot. Everything was quiet. Inside, the store felt the same as I remembered. Cold, too bright, sterile in a way that didn't feel right. I headed toward the back room to clock in. The rule list was still on the corkboard where I had left it, still yellowed and creased, like it had been there a long time. I ran my finger down the list without reading the words. Just the motion alone made my stomach twist. I started the shift the same way I had the night before. Cleaned the soda machine, restocked the gum racks near the register. It felt more mechanical now, like I was repeating a script. I didn't think about whether I was scared. I just wanted to survive the night. It was 1:04 a.m. when the phone rang. This time, I didn't even flinch. I stood behind the counter, arms crossed, and waited. 1 ring, 2, then 3. I watched the clock tick through the minute. 4 rings, 5. Then silence. I didn't move until 1:15 passed. The security monitor showed no one outside. No shadow near the door. Nothing in the corners. Still, I stayed where I was. I wasn't about to get confident. Confidence got people killed in horror movies. Confidence meant you thought you understood the rules, and I didn't, not even close. Around 1:30, I went to clean the drink cooler doors. While I worked, I kept glancing down aisle 3. No one was there. But the lights above that row flickered every few minutes, like the electricity couldn't decide if it wanted to stay on. I worked slower than usual, listening to the hum of the fridge compressors and the buzz of the lights overhead. Every sound felt like it was layered with something else, like a hidden rhythm you can't quite catch. At 2:10, I went back to the counter. I didn't need to check the time. I could feel it coming, like a pressure drop before a storm. At 2:15, I saw him. The man in the trench coat was standing in freezer aisle 3 again. Same posture, same direction. He was facing the back wall, his arms at his sides. He didn't move. I didn't look at him. I stared down at the linoleum floor behind the register, trying not to breathe too loud. My palms were damp. My shoulders ached from how tight I was holding myself still. Then the clock ticked to 2:16. He vanished. Just like the first time. No sound, no flicker, just gone. I let out a breath. It didn't help much. My hands were still shaking. I grabbed a bottled water from the cooler, popped the cap, and took a few gulps to try to steady myself. 3 o'clock was next. I didn't want to check the bakery aisle again. I lingered by the drink fridge until 2:59, then slowly made my way toward the back. The bread shelves were lined with soft white loaves, all neatly stacked. I counted them, then the clock turned. 3 a.m. 1 loaf was gone. I didn't wait. I ran to the front, locked the doors, killed the lights, bolted into the break room, slammed the door behind me. I pressed my back to the wall and slid down until I was sitting. I did not look at the cameras. I did not move. The silence was worse than noise, worse than the laughter. It felt like something was right outside the break room, pressing against the walls, waiting. I closed my eyes and counted the minutes. Every tick felt like a weight being dropped into my chest. At 3:17 it lifted. I opened the door slowly and peeked out. The store looked normal. The lights buzzed. The bread shelf was full again. I walked back to the register, trying not to look at anything too hard. I just wanted to get through the night. Then came 4 a.m. I was already behind the register when it started. That same soft laughter, like kids playing hide and seek. It crept through the air, drifting from the back of the store toward the front. I didn't look. I didn't move. The laughter got louder, closer. It passed by aisle 5, then 4. Then it was right behind me. I felt it. Something brushed against the back of my shirt, cold like a wet hand. I did not turn around. My knees locked, my jaw clenched so tight it hurt. Then the laughter faded, like it had never been there. When it stopped, I stayed frozen for at least another 2 minutes. Then I exhaled slowly, my ribs aching. It was 4:12. I had just under 2 hours left, and I already felt like I had run a marathon. I checked the monitor. Everything looked calm, but I knew better than to trust that. I wiped the counter. I restocked the candy rack. I counted each pack of gum like it mattered, like it would keep me grounded. My fingers trembled. Outside, the sky was starting to shift toward gray. Dawn was still far, but the faintest bit of hope peeked through. I counted the minutes until 6 a.m. like they were lifelines. I was starting to think I could make it through the night again. But I should have known better. Because at 4:33, the front doors opened. And I never heard them unlock. I didn't even hear the chime. That was the first thing I noticed. The little bell above the front door that rang whenever someone walked in. It didn't go off. It should have. I had memorized the sound. That soft, mechanical note that echoed through the empty store like a polite warning. But this time, nothing. Just the soft whir of the freezer units and the hum of the lights overhead. I was still behind the register. I had not moved. I hadn't touched the locks. I knew I hadn't. And yet, the doors were wide open. A breeze drifted in, carrying with it the scent of wet concrete and something else. Something sour, metallic, like old coins soaked in vinegar. For a second, I didn't move. I just stared across the store at the entrance, heart crawling up my throat. There was nothing there. No customer, no late-night delivery. Just the dark, empty parking lot and the soft sound of wind brushing against the automatic doors, which were now frozen halfway open, like they were unsure whether to shut again. I stepped out from behind the counter, keeping my eyes on the doorway. My legs didn't want to move, but I forced them. Each step forward felt wrong, like walking into a room you know you're not supposed to be in. The air got colder as I got closer. I passed the gum rack, the cigarette case. I kept my eyes open for movement, anything unusual. Then I stopped. There were footprints. Just outside the door, pressed into the wet concrete, were 2 perfectly spaced footprints, barefoot, human-looking, but way too large, easily the length of my forearm. The toes splayed unnaturally wide, and the impression was deep, like someone had been standing there for a while, watching. I did not step outside. I just reached forward and hit the override button to close the doors again. They stuttered, like the motor was fighting me, then slowly ground shut. I held my breath until they sealed with a click. I locked them again. Then I backed away. I didn't know if that broke a rule. There was nothing on the list about mysterious unlocked doors or prints on the sidewalk. I ran through each line in my head. No mention of this. That was somehow worse than if it had been listed. The rules were supposed to be the boundary, the only framework I had, and now I was off script. I returned to the register, wiped my hands on my jeans, and glanced at the monitor again. Still no one on the cameras. Still that eerie sense of stillness. But the monitor screen on the bottom right was glitching slightly, like static was trying to claw in around the edges. I tapped the edge of the desk. I counted the candy bars again. Anything to give me something normal, something solid to hold on to, but my brain wouldn't shut up. I kept replaying the image of those footprints, the space between the toes, the size, the weight. At 4:52 the lights flickered. Just once. But that was enough. I straightened immediately. I checked the clock. My next patrol wasn't scheduled yet, but the idea of sitting still was worse than walking the aisles. I grabbed the flashlight from under the register just in case and started down the main corridor. The freezers buzzed on my right, their contents hazy through the fogged-up glass. The air grew colder as I passed aisle 6, then 7. I didn't even glance down them. I knew better. I walked faster. When I reached the end of the row, I turned right. This was the stretch that led toward the stockroom, past the paper goods and cleaning supplies. I had passed this corridor before, dozens of times. But now something was different. One of the ceiling panels was open. The tile had been shifted, just slightly, like something had passed through it. There was a faint dusting of white powder on the floor underneath. I stopped, looked up. Nothing moved. I stood there for a second too long, frozen in place. Then I forced myself to keep walking. My footsteps echoed slightly louder now. I felt exposed, like the lights were too bright and the air was too thin. I passed the mop closet. Then I heard something. A scrape. Very quiet, almost delicate, like someone was dragging a nail slowly along metal. It came from behind me. I didn't turn around. Instead, I started walking faster. The sound followed. Scrape. Then a pause. Scrape. I reached the stockroom door and pulled it open hard enough to nearly fall through it. I slammed it shut behind me and pressed my back against the metal, heart pounding. The scraping sound had stopped. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever made it was still just on the other side, waiting. The stockroom was quiet, dusty, full of unopened boxes and tall wire racks. I stayed in there for maybe 2 minutes before stepping back into the main store. It was still empty, still silent. Back at the register, the clock read 5:23, 37 minutes to go. I thought about unlocking the doors, getting a head start, maybe pretending I had started my closing duties early, but the last rule echoed in my head. Do not, under any circumstances, end your shift early. I wasn't risking that. Instead, I sat behind the counter, breathing shallowly, eyes darting between the monitors. The glitch in the lower screen was gone now, replaced by an image I couldn't quite process. It was the candy aisle. Someone was standing there. A girl. She looked young, 10, maybe 11, wearing a faded hoodie and jeans, barefoot. Her head was tilted, almost curious, as she stood motionless in front of the chocolate bars. I leaned closer. She wasn't on any of the other cameras, just that one. Then her head snapped toward the lens. Her face was completely blank. No eyes, no mouth, just smooth, pale skin, like a doll's head that had never been finished. My throat tightened. I backed away slowly. My knees hit the cabinet behind me. She didn't move, just stared. Then the camera cut to static. All of them did. For a full 10 seconds, every feed on the monitor was gone, just gray noise. I didn't breathe. When the images returned, she was gone. The aisles were empty again. And the clock ticked to 5:41. 19 minutes left. The last 19 minutes of that shift felt like years. I didn't move much. I sat behind the register, eyes glued to the monitor, waiting for something else to happen, waiting for the faceless girl to come back, for the phone to ring again, for that scrape to return. Nothing did. At one point, I almost convinced myself that I had imagined everything. The girl in the candy aisle, the footprints, the open ceiling tile. Maybe I had just been sleep-deprived and jumpy, like some kind of weird dream you only half remember in the morning. But that feeling, that slow-breathing fear sitting in my gut, it hadn't gone away. The clock on the register ticked to 5:57. I stood, legs stiff from sitting so long. There were only 3 minutes left. I paced behind the counter, heart ticking up with each passing second. I kept glancing toward the front doors, waiting to see headlights or taillights or anything that meant I could hand this nightmare off to someone else. But the parking lot was still empty. At 5:59, the automatic doors finally opened. Not slowly, not like usual. They whipped open hard enough to rattle, and just like that, Gary stepped inside. He looked exactly the same as he had when he hired me. Rumpled button-down shirt, dark bags under his eyes. That tired but unreadable expression, like he had walked out of a nightmare, and into the fluorescent light without blinking. I didn't say anything right away. I just stared at him, frozen behind the counter. "You made it," he said. I nodded. He stepped behind the counter like he had done it 1,000 times. I noticed he didn't make eye contact with me. He just grabbed a clipboard from under the desk and began flipping through pages like this was any normal start to any normal day. I had 100 questions I wanted to ask, but I didn't know where to start, and something about him told me not to. He finally looked up and said, "You can go." That was it. No follow-up, no comments, no warning, just those 3 words. So I went. I didn't wait. I didn't clock out. I didn't even grab the snack I had stashed in the break room fridge. I walked out into the gray-blue light of morning and kept walking until I reached my car. And I sat there for a long time. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe more. I didn't even start the engine. I just stared through the windshield at the front of the store. I half expected something to come charging through the glass, but nothing did. Eventually, I drove home. The roads were quiet. Everything looked washed out and calm, like the world had no idea what went on under those supermarket lights. I think that bothered me most of all. The way it all looked so normal on the outside, like I had been shoved into another version of reality and then thrown back out without warning. When I got home, I didn't go to bed right away. I stood in my living room for a long time, holding the sheet of rules in one hand, just staring at it. I had folded it and tucked it in my pocket before leaving the store, and now it felt heavier somehow. Like it meant more. I set it down on the kitchen table, but I couldn't bring myself to throw it away. I thought about quitting. I really did. But I didn't. I needed the money, and part of me, the part that still hadn't fully processed what had happened, wanted to know more. Not because I was brave. I wasn't. I was terrified. But I think that fear twisted into something else, something like curiosity. So I went back. I showed up the next night just before midnight. The store was still, the lights were on, and the moment I walked in, the air changed. It was like the walls recognized me now. Gary wasn't there. No one was. Just the silence and the hum of the vents. I headed to the break room like before, expecting to find the same list of rules. But there was a new one. Taped to the wall above the security monitor, written in the same plain typewritten font. Rule number 6. If you see yourself on the security monitor, do not look away. Do not blink. Do not move until the feed changes. I stared at the paper for a long time. My reflection blinked back at me from the dark glass of the monitor, a weird echo in the quiet room. My hands felt cold. I reached up and touched the rule, like maybe it wasn't real, but it was. The tape tugged at the paper when I pulled. It was really there. At 12:15, the phone rang. Not once, just once. A single sharp chime that sent adrenaline shooting through me. I didn't answer it. At 12:57, I started my patrol. Everything looked the same. Every shelf, every box, every rack, exactly where it had been. But it still didn't feel right. It felt like walking through a dream you knew you had already had. Deja vu wrapped in static. I passed the candy aisle and looked straight ahead. I passed aisle 3, empty. I passed aisle 7. The lights above aisle 7 flickered once, not enough to go out, just enough to let me know they remembered me. I walked faster. By the time I got back to the front of the store, I was sweating. I sat behind the counter and stared at the monitor. I don't know how long I sat there before I noticed it. The screen in the upper left corner, that was the feed that showed the front of the store, the checkout area, the register, the exact place where I was sitting. Except now it showed me standing. In the footage, I was behind the counter, same shirt, same pants, but I was standing, staring directly at the camera. And the real me? I hadn't moved at all. I was still sitting. I stared at the feed. And the other me stared back. Neither of us blinked. My chest tightened. My throat felt dry. I remembered the rule. Do not look away. Do not blink. Do not move. So I didn't. The two of us stared at each other through the monitor, both frozen in place. A strange pressure built behind my eyes. My vision blurred. I wanted to look away so badly, just for a second. But I didn't. And then finally the feed glitched. Just for a blink. Static for less than a second. When the image returned, I was gone. Not the real me. The one in the camera. And I exhaled for the first time in what felt like hours. I did not move for a long time after that. Even when the image on the monitor changed to another aisle. Even when the normal store feed came back and nothing was there. I just stayed sitting, trying to convince myself that I had imagined it, that maybe the camera had glitched and picked up an old feed or something. But that did not explain the way the other me had stared directly at the lens, or how still he had been, like he was waiting for something. Eventually, I peeled myself out of the chair and went back to the register. I felt shaky, like my arms and legs belonged to someone else. The rest of the store was completely quiet. The lights buzzed overhead like nothing had happened. I spent the next hour doing nothing but walking slow circles around the front of the store. I could not bring myself to go near the break room. I could not bring myself to look at the monitors again. I just stayed in view of the front doors, pacing, breathing, counting seconds like it would keep me grounded. Around 2:30, I heard the doors rattle. I stopped mid-step. My eyes flicked to the glass, and there was someone standing outside. At first I thought it was just a customer, a real, actual person who had wandered up during some late-night drive. But then I saw what they were wearing, a hospital gown. Thin and pale blue fluttering in the breeze. Their skin looked grayish under the parking lot lights, and their hands were pressed against the glass like they were trying to look inside. Then they started knocking. Not loud, not fast, just 3 slow, hollow knocks. I stepped back. The rules had not said anything about this. No mention of someone in a hospital gown. No instructions on what to do. I did not know if that was worse or better. The knocking stopped. They lowered their hands and stepped away from the glass, but they did not leave. They just stood there, watching. I ducked down behind the counter and stayed there. I do not know how long I sat, breathing shallowly and trying to listen for movement. When I finally peeked back up, the person was gone. The parking lot was empty again. I stayed behind the counter until 3. Then I remembered the bread aisle. Rule 4. Check the bread aisle at 3. If a loaf is missing, lock the doors and hide in the break room until 3:17. I checked the clock, 2:59 and 30 seconds. I swallowed hard. My legs ached as I forced myself upright. I walked slowly, one step at a time, toward the back of the store, toward the bread aisle. Everything looked normal at first glance. Rows of packaged white and wheat loaves, English muffins, bagels, all sitting neatly on the shelves. I walked the length of the aisle. My eyes scanned every shelf, every row, looking for a gap, looking for something missing. Nothing. I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding. 3 o'clock ticked by on the monitor behind me. I stood in that aisle for another minute just to be sure. Then I headed back to the front. I had almost reached the end of the aisle when the lights flickered. It was quick, barely a second, but they all went dark, then came back on, the kind of thing that would not matter in any normal place, in a normal job. But here, every flicker meant something. When I stepped out of the aisle, I saw something on the floor. A smear of red, long and thin, like someone had dragged a finger through a puddle of blood and drawn it along the tile. I did not follow it. I headed straight for the break room and locked the door. I sat in the chair again, staring at the monitor. All the feeds looked normal. I kept flipping through them, checking every aisle, every corner. Nothing seemed out of place. But I could not stop thinking about that red smear, the way it just appeared out of nowhere, the lights flickering, the feeling I got in the bread aisle. Something was off. Then I heard it. The sound of laughter, high-pitched, childlike, coming from somewhere near the back of the store. Rule 5. If you hear children laughing after 4, do not move, do not speak, do not leave the register. I checked the clock. It was 3:36. Too early. I turned the volume down on the monitor and leaned closer. The laughter grew louder. It echoed strangely, like it was coming from far away and right behind me at the same time. I stared at the screen. Nothing. Then something flashed past one of the cameras. Just a blur, small, fast, gone before I could really see it. I flipped back to the feed. Nothing there now. The laughter was still going. I checked the time again. 3:38. I did not know what to do. The rule said after 4, not at 3, but it also did not say what to do if it happened early. So I sat. I kept my eyes on the screen, switching between feeds, trying to catch another glimpse of movement. I thought about calling someone, but who would I call? Gary? The police? What would I even say? Hi, there are invisible children running around the store. Please help. The laughter went on for another 5 minutes. Then it stopped. All at once, like a door had slammed shut somewhere far away. I sat in silence, waiting for it to come back, but it didn't. At 4:15, I left the break room. I did my last patrol slowly, checking every aisle. No sign of movement, no red smears. The hospital gown figure was gone. The air felt cold, but still. When I returned to the front, I found a note sitting on the counter. Just a single torn scrap of receipt paper. On it, in the same typewritten font as the rules, were 4 words. You are doing well. I stared at it for a long time. I did not see anyone come in. I did not hear the doors. The parking lot was still empty. But someone or something had left that for me. I folded the note and put it in my pocket. I did not know why. It just felt like something I should keep. The note stayed in my pocket, and I kept touching it every few minutes without realizing it. Just feeling the paper between my fingers gave me this weird reassurance, like as long as it was there, I hadn't lost my mind completely, but I didn't know who left it, or why, or what the hell it meant. You are doing well. What did that mean really? That I was surviving, that I hadn't broken the rules yet, that whatever was watching me had decided I was worth keeping around. I tried not to think too hard about it. The clock said 4:32. I had just under an hour and a half left of my shift, which didn't sound like a lot, but after everything that had happened, it felt like a lifetime. I didn't trust the silence anymore. I didn't trust the lights, or the monitors, or even my own footsteps echoing in the aisles. Everything had a weight to it now, like the building was listening. I stayed at the front register for a while, standing perfectly still. I didn't want to move. I was afraid that if I walked around again, I might find something else I wasn't supposed to see. But I also knew I couldn't stand still forever. The rules didn't say anything about freezing up, but it felt like a bad idea. Like the store expected you to keep going, to keep participating. So I started walking again. Nothing dramatic. Just a short walk from one end of the counter to the other, like pacing in a cage. I tried to breathe normally. I tried to tell myself it would all be over soon. And then the lights flickered again. Not just a blink this time. They dimmed, flickered hard, and then came back. The entire store went dark for half a second, like it had inhaled. I froze in place. Everything looked normal when the lights returned, but that didn't make me feel better. I looked over at the clock. 4:40. No rules for this exact time. Nothing I could reference to figure out what was happening. Then I saw movement on the far end of the store. It wasn't fast, just a slow shape slipping between aisles. I squinted at it, trying to get a better look, but the light above that section of the store flickered again and made it impossible to tell what I was seeing. I took a slow step backward, retreating toward the break room. If I was being honest, I didn't know why that room felt safe. It was just a box with a cheap desk and a chair and a grainy monitor. But something about it, maybe the rules that told me to hide there, maybe the fact that it had saved me once already, made it feel like the only place I could go. I turned the knob, stepped inside, and locked the door. I didn't sit right away. I just stood with my back pressed to the door and listened. Nothing. Then the monitor flickered. It switched from the normal camera feed to static. My heart jumped. I stepped closer slowly, trying to keep my breath steady. The static gave way to a single camera anglo-one that was not part of the regular rotation. I had never seen this view before. It was an overhead shot, like it had been taken from somewhere near the ceiling. And it was looking directly into the break room. My stomach dropped. There was no camera in here, at least not one I had ever seen. I spun around, scanning the ceiling. Nothing. But on the monitor, I was staring at myself, from above, just standing there, looking around like an idiot. Then the version of me on the screen turned and looked directly into the lens. I staggered back from the monitor. My legs hit the desk and I nearly fell. The image stayed for another few seconds, and then the monitor cut back to the usual feed. The grainy, flickering view of aisle 12 returned like nothing had happened. I was shaking again. I sank into the chair and buried my face in my hands. I stayed like that for a while, just breathing, trying to keep it together. Eventually, the adrenaline faded and the fatigue kicked in. I felt it all at once. Every second I had been awake hit me in the gut. My limbs felt heavy. My eyes burned. I checked the clock again. 5:12. 48 more minutes. I needed something to focus on, so I did one last sweep of the cameras. Every aisle looked empty, every shelf untouched, except in aisle 3, someone had left a coat hanging from one of the end caps. It looked like the long coat the man from earlier had been wearing, the one I was told not to approach. I stared at it on the screen, trying to convince myself it was just a coincidence, a forgotten item. Something someone dropped and no one noticed. But it wasn't there before. I was sure of it. I didn't want to go check, but a part of me knew I had to. I stepped out of the break room, gripping the rule sheet in one hand like it might protect me. I walked slowly toward aisle 3. When I turned the corner, the coat was gone. There was nothing there. I stood for a few seconds, not knowing what to do. Then I turned around. The coat was hanging from a hook at the end of the opposite aisle now. It had moved. I backed away, fast. I didn't want to look at it. I didn't want to touch it. I just returned to the register and tried to act like I hadn't seen it. I did not want to find out what happened if I broke whatever rule I had just triggered. The rest of the shift crawled by. 5:25, 5:32. I watched the clock more than I watched the monitors. I didn't leave the counter again. I barely breathed. Finally, at 5:59, the lights in the store brightened slightly. The buzzing overhead softened. The hum of the refrigerator steadied. And I knew it was over. 6 o'clock hit like a blessing. I grabbed my jacket, tossed the rule sheet into my bag, and walked straight out the front doors. The sky was pale and empty. A breeze rolled across the lot, quiet and clean. I got into my car, started the engine, and drove home without looking back once. I didn't speak to anyone that morning. I didn't eat. I didn't sleep much either. I just lay in bed, holding that folded piece of receipt paper in my hand like a lifeline. You are doing well. I wasn't sure what that meant anymore, but I was still alive. And somehow that felt like it had to count for something. I didn't go back the next night. I told myself I would. I even got as far as setting my alarm and laying out my uniform on the chair by the bed. But when the time came, when the sun went down and that strange humming in my chest started again, I just sat there, watching the clock, watching it tick closer to midnight, and I never moved. I didn't call Gary, I didn't quit, I didn't send a message, I just disappeared, and a part of me hoped they wouldn't care, that maybe I was just one of many. Maybe someone else had already been hired to take my place. But the phone didn't ring. No one showed up at my door. No one chased me. And for a while, that was worse. I started sleeping during the day. I couldn't handle the nights. Every noise outside my apartment made me flinch. A neighbor coming home, a car alarm down the street. I kept the lights on. I unplugged the phone. I blocked the front door with a chair, even though I knew how dumb that was. But I needed something between me and them, between me and that place. I don't even know what they are. I still don't. But something changed after that last shift. I could feel it. I felt watched, not in a paranoid way, but like something really was watching. I'd go to grab groceries and feel it in the back of my skull, like invisible fingers trailing down my neck. I stopped going out unless I had to. I didn't tell anyone. I couldn't imagine trying to explain it. Not without sounding insane. Then, 2 weeks later, the envelope arrived. No return address, just my name, written in neat handwriting across the front. I stood there for a long time before opening it. My hands were shaking. I didn't want to see what was inside, but I couldn't leave it alone either. There was only one thing inside. A single folded piece of receipt paper. Thank you for your service. You may now rest. I sat down on the floor. I don't even know why. It wasn't like the note made sense. But the moment I read it, something uncoiled in me, something that had been wound tight for weeks. It was over. Whatever I had been part of, whatever I had survived, it was finished now, and somehow I believed it. I could breathe again. I could sleep. I could eat without that twisting in my stomach. That night, I slept for 10 straight hours without waking once. And then, life went on. Sort of. I got a new job a month later. Nothing special. Just a delivery gig with a small company that didn't ask questions. I liked it. Driving around, windows down, music up. It felt clean, real, normal. I didn't forget, though. I never forgot. There are still moments when I'll walk through a store and see a shadow in the wrong place, or hear footsteps that don't match the people around me. I'll catch a flicker on a screen, a voice behind me, a cold spot in an aisle. But I don't look. I don't acknowledge it. Because I know the rules, even now, I remember every single one. Sometimes late at night, I think about Gary, about the way his eyes shifted that last time I saw him, about how calm he was, like he wasn't even surprised by anything I said, like he'd heard it all before. I think about the people who came before me, how many there were, how many broke the rules, how many never got to see that sunrise. And I wonder what made me different. Why I made it out. But then I remember that little note, "You are doing well." Maybe that's all it was. Following instructions, obeying the rules, playing the part. Maybe that's what they wanted all along. One night, maybe 5 or 6 months later, I was driving through a small town about 30 minutes from where I used to live. My route had taken me a little off course, down a back road I didn't recognize. Nothing unusual, just one of those areas where the GPS signal dips and the street signs are covered in grime. I was looking for a gas station. And then I saw it. A supermarket. Not the one I worked at, not the same name. But something about the shape of the building, the way the lights glowed from inside, the way the parking lot sat perfectly still in the dark, it gave me this horrible sense of déjà vu. I parked across the street. I wasn't planning to go in. I just wanted to look, just for a second. From where I was sitting, I could see a lone figure behind the front counter. A kid, maybe early 20s, pale. He looked bored, tired, like someone waiting for a long night to end. I sat there with my hands on the wheel. I thought about going inside, just to say something, to warn him. But what would I even say? He wouldn't believe me, no one would. And even if he did, what good would it do? So I turned the car back on, drove off, didn't look back. Because the truth is, some people have to learn the rules for themselves. I survived, but not because I was special, not because I was brave, just because I listened. And I think that's what it wants. That's what they want. Obedience. Respect. Fear. You learn quickly that fear is a kind of currency in places like that. If you don't have enough of it, you're gone. You break a rule. You ask too many questions. You think you're smarter than the list taped to the counter and you're done. I kept my head down. I did what I was told. And I made it out. Not everyone does. So if you're reading this, if you ever take a job that feels too easy, too convenient, too vague, pay attention. Ask yourself why they're hiring someone with no questions, no forms, no training. And if they hand you a list of rules that sound insane, follow them. Every single one. Because once you clock in, you don't want to find out what happens if you break the rules. I paused at the curb where she was waiting, the sky already dimming into evening. I had spent a few extra minutes double-checking my seatbelt, clearing a playlist on the radio, and taking a deep breath before pulling up. I scanned the streetlights glinting off the wet asphalt. Seattle drizzle had just begun, and spotted her. She stood with arms crossed under a slender umbrella, her dark hair plastered to her cheek. She looked familiar, but I brushed it off as nerves. I killed the engine and called out, "Ready when you are." She smiled, not a full grin, but one that reached her eyes and made me think this could be a good night. I opened the passenger door and she slid in, tossing her umbrella in the back seat. I glanced at her profile as she fumbled with the seatbelt. Finally, she sat up straight, looked forward through the windshield, and said softly, "Thanks." We drove off silently, roads gleaming under street lamps, the rain painting everything in shimmering shades of city lights. I hesitated a moment and asked, "So, how was your day?" She turned and offered a small shrug. "Busy," she said. The paths of raindrops sliding down the window seemed to echo my racing heartbeat. I tried to lighten the mood. "I made us reservations at that Thai place on 5th. Heard they have the best pad Thai." She nodded, her expression neutral, but I caught a flicker of interest. Halfway through the drive, she shifted in her seat and finally spoke again. "Do you think we've met before?" Her voice was calm, curious. I glanced at her, offered a polite smile. "I don't think so." She waited like she was expecting something, so I added, "At least I don't remember." Silence returned. Her gaze drifted to the window as she said, "That's what you said last time, too." I froze. Her words hit like a punch. "Last time?" I asked, voice unsteady. The lights from a storefront flashed across her face. She turned to look at me. Her lips curved in a smile that did not reach her eyes. In that moment, they looked empty, like mirrors reflecting nothing. I swallowed hard. This wasn't how a first date was supposed to feel. "That's what you said last time," she repeated, voice deeper, colder, almost hollow. The tone was wrong. Something in me twisted at the edge. I looked away, trying to calm the sudden rise of panic, but the rain felt sharper, more pointed. The world outside the windshield seemed to tilt slightly, and I realized I did know her. But I had never seen her face before tonight. I pulled into the parking lot and turned off the engine. The silence in the car was thick, oppressive. My hand hovered over the door handle before I spoke. "I'm not sure what you mean." My voice sounded too loud in the confined space. She leaned closer, her hand resting on my arm. "You didn't get away then, either," she said in that same empty tone, voice eerily calm. My breath caught. I realized in that moment I had to find a way out, had to think fast. My pulse pounded in my ears. I blinked at her. She stared back with an unsettling fixity. I swallowed hard. Maybe I don't know. I unbuckled my seatbelt. "Listen, I should step out for a second." She frowned, the corners of her lips twitching. She seemed hurt. It made my chest tighten. "I'm sorry." I opened the car door and stepped out. The air hit me with cold moisture that stung my cheeks. I leaned against the car, heart hammering. Her seatbelt clicked as she got out. I jerked my head up. She walked around to the driver's side and stood there. In the parking lot lights, I saw her eyes glint. She pushed the door open and slid in, as if she owned the space. Before I could react, she revved the engine, and the car lurched forward. My legs launched into movement as I ran. Rain pounded on my face as I sprinted across the lot. My heart felt like it might burst. She followed steadily, turning the car slowly to stay aligned with me. My shoes slipped on the slick pavement. I almost fell. My phone was in my pocket, but I couldn't think about dialing just yet. I was already too late. I reached the bushes lining the lot's perimeter and dove behind them. I pressed my phone to dial 911, but the rain made the screen unresponsive. My breath came in shallow bursts. I realized then that the worst part wasn't the car or her. It was the memory. There was something going on here I couldn't grasp. She stopped the engine finally. The car idled behind a row of hedges, headlights fixed on my hiding spot, shining persistently. I could feel her eyes through the metal bed of the vehicle. The rain blurred the beams, made them look alive. I dropped to the ground, pulled the hood of my jacket up, and dialed numbers between shivering breaths. The cold metal door creaked once before the car door shut, and the rain swallowed the engine's hum. The car had stalled. I scrambled upright, sprinted across the lot toward the far gate. Every step rang in my ears. My phone finally connected, voice trembling as I spoke to the dispatcher. "I need help. I mean the date, just got out of my car after I told him to stop and left me here. My voice cracked. The rain muffled the words. Sirens wailed somewhere distant. I sprinted again, toward the exit, toward anything that might get me out of tonight. The rain hadn't stopped. It slid down my jacket, soaked through my jeans, and stung my eyes as I ran. My breath came out in fast bursts that puffed into the cold Seattle air. Every time I looked behind me, I saw nothing but shadows and the fading echo of headlights. She was gone. The car was gone. But the feeling of her presence clung to me like smoke. I kept running until the shape of a gas station emerged through the mist. Yellow lights buzzed against the gray sky and offered a momentary sense of safety. I pushed through the door, drenched and gasping. The clerk behind the counter looked up, startled. He was a younger guy, probably in his early 20s, holding a mop. I must have looked like I'd crawled out of a storm drain. I went straight to the counter, gripping the edge. "Can I use your phone?" I asked, though my voice cracked more than I expected it to. The guy looked unsure, but eventually handed over a landline. "You good, man?" I nodded quickly, dialing the number again, this time more clearly. The dispatcher from earlier picked up, and I gave a more coherent version of the story. I told them the make of my car, my name, and where I had last seen her. I skipped the part about what she said in the car, about her voice, about the look in her eyes. I told myself that could wait. The police told me to stay put. They'd send someone to take a report. I hung up and sank into a nearby plastic chair, dripping water onto the white tiles. I stared at the floor and tried to replay what had just happened. The questions started to pile up. Who was she? Why did she say we'd met before? How could she know something like that if it wasn't true? A patrol car arrived 10 minutes later. The officers stepped in, shaking the rain off their jackets, and took my statement. One of them, a woman with a notepad, asked the usual things. What was her name? Where did I meet her? What time had we met? What exactly did she say? I hesitated before repeating her words. She said, "That's what you said last time too." Then, when I said I didn't understand, she said, "You didn't get away then either." My voice dropped a little on the last part. The officer's pen paused briefly over her notepad. She didn't say anything right away. "We matched on a dating app," I added quickly. "We chatted for like a day or two. She seemed normal, funny even." The male officer leaned forward. "Do you remember her profile name?" I racked my brain and shook my head. It was something generic. Maybe it was just her first name, Madison or something like that. No last name. No social media linked. I didn't think much of it. They exchanged a glance. The woman jotted something down. "We'll see if the car shows up on any nearby traffic cams," she said. "But without more information, it'll be hard to track her. Do you have any screenshots of your conversations?" I pulled out my phone, hands still trembling slightly. I opened the app. The chat history was gone. I stared at the screen in disbelief. It's not here. You sure you didn't delete it? I'm sure. I scrolled back. Nothing. Her profile had vanished too. No trace she'd ever existed on the app. It was as if the conversation had been erased. They took down my phone and contact information and told me they'd follow up, but I could hear the doubt in their voices. I wouldn't blame them. If someone had told me this story, I probably wouldn't believe it either. After the police left, I stayed in the gas station a little longer. I bought a coffee, sat in the same chair, and tried to convince myself this was a one-time thing. Maybe she was unstable. Maybe it was just some sick joke, but deep down I knew something wasn't right. I had never felt that kind of fear before, and I couldn't shake the sensation that I was being watched. When I finally returned home, the house felt different, quieter. Not just in sound, but in the kind of quiet that wraps around you like a weighted blanket. I shut all the blinds, locked every door, double-checked the windows. I stood in my room staring at my phone, trying to remember the exact words she'd used. "That's what you said last time, too." I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the app. I opened it again, scrolling through profiles, just trying to find something familiar. But it felt like looking through strangers in a crowd. Nothing clicked. I even went through my browser history, wondering if maybe I'd seen her before. There was nothing, no clue. Around midnight, I gave up and closed my laptop. I needed sleep. I had work the next day, and maybe, just maybe, I'd wake up and this would all feel less surreal. But I didn't sleep. Every sound in the house made me flinch. A creak in the floorboards, the wind brushing past the window. I lay there staring at the ceiling, the words still ringing in my ears. "You didn't get away then either." Around 2 a.m, I got up and walked into the kitchen to get water. As I passed the living room, I saw something that made me stop cold. My phone, which I had left in the bedroom, was sitting on the coffee table. Face up. Unlocked. The screen glowed, showing the dating app. There was a message. Just 4 words. "You still don't remember." I backed away from the table slowly. I didn't hear the door open. I didn't hear footsteps. Nothing. Just silence, so heavy I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. I checked the locks again. The door was still bolted, all windows closed. I turned off the phone and carried it back to my room like it was made of glass. I set it on the dresser and sat back on the bed. Then I remembered. My phone had facial recognition, and I had been alone. Or at least I thought I had. I didn't sleep after that. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, my phone turned off and shoved deep in the drawer beside my bed. The silence in the room had changed. It was not just the usual kind of quiet. It had weight, like something was waiting, watching. I kept thinking about the message. "You still don't remember." Those words looped over and over in my head, like a haunting chorus I couldn't shake. By morning, the room looked the same, but I didn't feel like I was in my house anymore. Everything was slightly off, the way the curtains hung, the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. Even the air felt different, a little too cold, like a window had been open all night, even though I had checked every single one. I got dressed and left the house before sunrise. I didn't even make coffee. I just grabbed my bag and left, like if I stayed a moment longer, something would happen that I couldn't come back from. I drove to work, barely remembering the roads I took. The morning was a blur, filled with blank stares and half-hearted nods when people tried to talk to me. I answered emails without really reading them and sat through meetings I could not recall a word of afterward. I kept trying to tell myself I was just sleep-deprived, that I had scared myself too much, that this was all just a bad reaction to a weird night, but that didn't explain the message. That didn't explain how my phone had unlocked itself, or how the app had come back after being deleted, or how she knew things I'd never told anyone. At lunchtime, I stepped outside to clear my head. I walked a few blocks down to a small park near the office. It was quiet, except for the occasional jogger or dog walker. I sat on a bench and tried to focus on the normal sounds of life happening around me. I was starting to feel a little more grounded when my phone vibrated in my pocket. I had turned it off. I pulled it out slowly, hesitating before pressing the power button. The screen came on immediately. No boot up, just the home screen, as if it had never been off. A notification sat at the top. One new message. I tapped the screen, and the app opened automatically. There it was again, her name, Madison, just like before. The message was simple. You lied. I stared at the screen, unsure what to do. I didn't respond. I couldn't. I exited the app, but before I could even lock the screen again, it opened on its own. Another message appeared instantly. You lied again. My hands were shaking now. I looked up from the screen and scanned the park. Everything seemed normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I got up and walked quickly back to the office, the phone still clutched in my hand. I stayed late that day, pretending I had extra work. Truth was, I just didn't want to go home. The thought of that quiet, cold house made something tighten in my chest. Eventually, though, I couldn't put it off any longer. I drove back with every window rolled down, letting the noise of the city fill the car, trying to drown out the rising paranoia. When I got home, I went room to room, checking everything again. All the doors were locked, all the windows. Nothing was out of place. Nothing seemed broken or moved. I sat down on the couch and stared at my phone again. I didn't want to open it, but I couldn't help myself. I needed to know if she had messaged again. I opened the app. This time, it wasn't just a message, it was a photo. A blurry, grainy picture of me, sleeping, in my bed, from an angle that only made sense if the person taking it had been in the room. I dropped the phone. My stomach turned. I rushed to the bedroom and looked around. I pulled the sheets back, checked under the bed, in the closet, even behind the dresser. Nothing. But the fear didn't fade. It stayed in my chest, heavy and constant. That night, I didn't sleep again. I sat up in a chair in the living room, lights on, trying to stay awake. My body was exhausted, but my mind refused to shut down. Around 2 a.m, the power went out. Everything went black in an instant. No hum of electricity, no streetlights outside. The silence returned, thicker than before. I reached for my phone, but the screen wouldn't turn on. Dead. Or something worse. Then I heard it. The front door creaked. I froze, not even breathing. Footsteps, soft, deliberate. They moved slowly across the floor, closer to where I sat. I couldn't see anything. I was just sitting there in darkness, ears straining, heart pounding. Then a voice. That same voice. Low, flat, emotionless. You lied again. I stood up quickly, knocking the chair over, stumbling toward the kitchen where I kept a flashlight. I fumbled through the drawer and found it, flicking it on. The beam of light cut through the darkness. Nothing. No one in the living room. No sign of the door being opened. I checked the lock, still bolted, but I had heard it. I knew I had. The flashlight flickered and went out. And then I heard her whisper, "You're almost ready to remember." The voice came from behind me. I spun around and there was no one there. I ran. I didn't even grab my keys. I just bolted out the back door and kept running, barefoot, into the night. I stayed in a hotel for 2 days. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not really. I called the police, told them someone was messing with me. They checked the house, found no signs of forced entry. No evidence of anyone being there. They chalked it up to stress, or maybe a stalker pulling some kind of high-tech prank. But deep down, I knew better. She had been there. She was still there. I did not go back to the house right away. After 2 nights at the hotel, I considered just leaving it all behind. I imagined packing up a single suitcase, quitting my job and driving until I was somewhere so far she could never find me. But then again, whatever this was, it had followed me already. It had shown up on my phone, spoken in my car, broken into my thoughts. Something told me that running wouldn't work. I had to end it. That night, I returned home just after sunset. The sky was a pale orange that faded into gray as I pulled into the driveway. The house looked the same as always, still, silent. But I no longer trusted its stillness. Inside, I left the lights off. I didn't want to pretend anymore. I walked through the rooms slowly, letting the shadows grow tall around me. I reached for my phone. It had not buzzed since the night I ran. No new messages, no app, no strange photos. But I knew better than to trust the quiet. I went into the bedroom, pulled open the nightstand drawer, and took out the old notebook I used to use before I relied on apps. I needed to put it down, to try and piece it together. Not just for my sanity, but because something inside me kept insisting that the truth had always been there. I had just chosen not to see it. I listed everything, every strange detail, every phrase she had used, her voice in the car, that chilling line, "You didn't get away then either," the app reappearing, the photo of me sleeping, her whisper in the dark, and then, most of all, the words that came just before I ran. "You're almost ready to remember." What was I forgetting? I sat on the floor of the bedroom, back against the wall, and stared at the ceiling as if the answer might be written in the paint. I thought about the idea of memory, of forgetting something so completely it no longer felt like it belonged to you. I thought about trauma, about how the mind can twist a memory into silence. And then it came to me, not like a thunderclap, but more like the gentle unfolding of a memory I had kept buried for years. I was 17, a party, a girl I met outside by the fire pit. She had dark eyes, a soft voice. Her name was Madison. She had offered me a ride home, and we had driven for hours, just talking, laughing. It had felt like we had known each other forever. We stopped by the lake. That part was still blurry, but I remembered flashes. Something happened. We argued. She said something I didn't like, and I got angry, not violent, never that, but cruel, cold. I left her there, told her to figure her own way home. She never made it back. I remembered the news articles, the searches, the way her picture had been on posters all over town for months. No trace of her was ever found. People assumed she had walked into the woods, gotten lost. Or worse, I remembered how I told myself it wasn't my fault, that I hadn't made her disappear. But I had left her there, alone, at night, in the middle of nowhere. It had haunted me for years, but I had shoved it so deep down it no longer felt real. I had rewritten it in my head as someone else's story, but it had always been mine. And now, it seemed, Madison had come back. I don't know what part of her I was dealing with, if it was guilt made manifest, a spirit tied to something unfinished, or something else altogether. All I knew was that she wanted me to remember. And now I did. I stood slowly, notebook still clutched in my hand, and walked to the mirror. For the first time in weeks, I looked directly at myself. I expected to see something behind me, her, waiting. But there was nothing. Only me. And yet, I could feel her, that quiet presence just beyond the edge of sight. "I remember," I said aloud. The air in the room shifted, warmer, softer. I turned slowly, half expecting the lights to flicker or some shadow to stretch across the floor. But nothing happened. No voice. No whisper. Just silence. It felt different now, less heavy, like whatever she needed me to do had been done. I waited a few minutes, just to be sure. Then I walked through the house one final time. Still no messages. No strange footsteps, nothing out of place. That night, I slept for the first time in days. In the weeks that followed, I kept expecting it to start again. I watched my phone like a hawk, flinched every time I heard a voice that sounded too familiar, but it never came back. The app stayed gone. The house stayed quiet. My sleep was dreamless. Eventually, I began to live again, really live. I reconnected with old friends, spent more time outside, learned to breathe without waiting for the air to turn cold. I never stopped thinking about Madison, though. I looked up the old news stories, reached out to her family, I didn't tell them everything. I just said I had seen her that night, and that I had left before she disappeared, that I should have said something back then. They didn't say much in response, but I think they appreciated hearing from me. Closure is a strange thing. Sometimes it doesn't come with answers. Sometimes it just comes with acknowledgement. Now, sometimes late at night I still feel her, not in a haunting way, just present, like a memory watching from a distance, not angry anymore, just there. And me, I never used the dating app again. Some matches are not meant to be made. And some things, once you remember them, they never really leave you. Looking back, I feel really stupid. Like, not just oops stupid, but full on, how did I not see this coming, kind of stupid. I should have known that apartment was too cheap to be anything but a mistake. Even for a one-room studio in a borderline part of town, I should have known there was some kind of catch. The day I moved into Birch Hollow Apartments was a total blur. I didn't want help from anyone, especially not my sister, who already thought I wasn't cut out to live on my own. So I loaded everything into the rental car myself and hauled it all up to the 4th floor one trip at a time. By the time I finished, my arms felt like wet noodles, and my spine felt like it was trying to fold in half. I collapsed on my bare mattress, no sheets or anything, just laid there staring at the ceiling fan like it might start speaking to me. I was sweaty, my forehead was sticky, and I felt so gross I didn't even want to touch my own face. I wiped my hands on my shirt and cursed under my breath. That's when someone knocked on my door. I jumped, genuinely startled. For some reason it hadn't even occurred to me that someone might want to say hello. I sat up on my elbows, already annoyed at the intrusion, and realized I had left the front door wide open. Not just unlocked, but fully open, like an invitation. Dumb mistake. You'd think I was a freshman in a dorm trying to make friends. 2 girls were standing right in the doorway, peeking in like they weren't sure if they were welcome. One was a black girl with short box braids and a cigarette tucked behind her ear. The other had bleached curls, streaked green at the tips, and these round red glasses that made her look like she stepped out of a vintage clothing ad. "Hey," the one with the braids said. Her voice had this sort of smoky rasp, but it wasn't unpleasant. "You just moved in?" I laid back down and rubbed my face with both hands. I didn't want to be rude, but I also wasn't in the mood to chat. "Yeah," I mumbled. "Just got here." "Cool." They walked in without asking, like, full-on strolled into my apartment, even though I was clearly mid-breakdown and surrounded by boxes and junk. The girl with the green hair picked up a little porcelain turtle from one of the boxes and turned it over in her hand. "My aunt gave me that," I muttered, feeling defensive for no reason. "It's cute," she said, holding it up like she was inspecting it. The one with the braids wandered over to the window and peeked through the blinds. "Did they tell you the rules yet?" I blinked. "Rules?" "Lena," the green-haired girl cut in. "You're supposed to say your name first, remember?" "Oh, right." The girl at the window turned around and gave me a lazy smile. "I'm Lena. That's Rue." Rue gave me a small wave with her fingers, then put the turtle down and flopped onto my only chair like she lived there. I just stared at them. This was not what I needed after dragging up my entire life in cardboard boxes. I hadn't even found where I packed the toilet paper. "My name's Briar," I finally offered, mostly just to get them to shut up. Lena stepped away from the window and sat cross-legged on the floor, tugging the cigarette out from behind her ear. "You'll want to know about the rules, Briar, because they matter." "What rules?" I asked, still not sure if they were messing with me. Rue shrugged. "Something happens on this street, every night. It's always someone different, but they all do the same thing." "What thing?" "They scream," Lena said, and there was this weird sparkle in her eyes like she was telling a ghost story. "They scream for help. They walk down this block right outside your window and beg for someone to let them in. But no matter what, you can't help them." I let out a dry laugh. "Okay, that's what? Some kind of creepy tenant hazing thing?" "You don't have to believe us," Rue said. "You'll see for yourself. Probably tonight." They weren't laughing. That was the part that unnerved me a little. Their expressions weren't smug or jokey. Lena had this serious edge in her voice now, and Rue suddenly looked very tired. "Why can't we help?" I asked. "We just can't," Lena said, not looking at me. "We don't know why. That's just how it is." There was a silence, and I didn't know what to say to fill it. My brain wanted to laugh it off, but something about their energy made me hesitate. They weren't trying to scare me. If anything, they seemed almost resigned. Lena stood up and dusted off her jeans. "We'll come back later, when it starts." I opened my mouth to say something, but they were already out the door. They came back that night, this time with two guys I hadn't met. One had shoulder-length hair and a denim jacket with patches sewn onto the back. He looked like he hadn't slept in a while. The other was tall and skinny with pale skin and a lazy posture. They introduced themselves as Micah and Dez. Rue brought a bottle of cheap wine and a new pack of cigarettes. They all sat cross-legged on my floor in a semicircle, like it was some kind of ritual. "You all live here?" I asked, taking the wine when it was passed to me. "Yep," Micah said. "This is the young person building." "They put us here on purpose," Lena added. "No one over 30. Look around. You won't see a single person with gray hair or a stroller anywhere near this complex." "That's not true," Dez said quietly. "You saw that woman walking a toddler the other day." "She was visiting," Lena snapped. "That's different." I listened to them argue, sipping wine and trying to keep up. It was weird, but not the worst night I'd had. I liked that they weren't trying to impress me. They weren't even trying to be polite. It felt honest. At some point we went quiet. The wine was halfway gone. Rue lit another cigarette and passed it to me, and I was starting to feel comfortable in a way that kind of scared me. Then our phones all buzzed at once. It wasn't a text. It wasn't even a normal alert. The sound was deafening, like a city-wide emergency signal. My heart skipped, and I pulled my phone out. One message. "Do not interfere." Lena didn't say a word. She just pointed toward the window. I turned around and saw the blinds twitching in the breeze. I moved closer, just enough to see outside. At first, there was nothing. Then I heard it. A voice, faint and trembling. "Help me." And it was getting closer. At first I couldn't see anything. The street below looked totally normal. Empty sidewalk, a few flickering lights, some overgrown bushes in front of the neighboring building. I leaned a little closer to the glass, trying to peer through the gaps in the blinds. It took me a second, but then I saw it. A figure. They were moving slowly, hunched over, like every step was a struggle. It looked like an older woman at first, wearing a long white coat or maybe a hospital gown. Her hair was wispy and pale, and even from the fourth floor I could hear her voice. It didn't sound like a scream exactly, more like sobbing, broken and shaky. She kept calling out for help. Not shouting, just repeating the same thing like a prayer. "Help me, please, help me." I glanced back at the others. None of them were moving, not a single one. Lena's eyes were locked on the window. Rue had her knees pulled up to her chest, arms wrapped around them. Dez was chewing the inside of his cheek like he was trying not to say something, and Micah looked like he might throw up. He was gripping his phone so tightly I could see his knuckles turning white. "What is that?" I asked, even though I wasn't sure I wanted an answer. Rue looked at me. "Just watch, but don't open the window, and don't talk to her." The woman on the street was closer now. I could see that her gown was stained dark in places. She kept turning her head, looking from one building to another, like she couldn't figure out which one she was supposed to go to. She stopped under a streetlight right in front of our complex. She looked up. She didn't have eyes. Not like she was wearing sunglasses or her hair was in the way. I mean, her eyes were gone, just two dark, sunken holes where they should have been. Her mouth opened wide and she let out a sound I can only describe as a sob that had been stretched too far, like it was ripping on the way out of her throat. It wasn't even loud. It was worse because it was quiet. I backed away from the window. I felt sick. My legs were shaking and I hadn't even realized I'd started holding my breath. Micah stood up. "She's not looking for us." "How do you know?" I asked. Because if she was, he said, we'd already know. That made no sense to me, but no one argued. The woman moved on. I didn't watch her leave. I sat back down on the floor and stared at the scuffed wood beneath my feet. She'll keep going, Lena said after a moment. They always do. She'll stop at another building. Sometimes she knocks on doors. Sometimes she just cries until the sun comes up. Someone should help her, I whispered. That's what we thought, Rue replied, when we first moved in. I looked around the room, trying to figure out if this was some kind of weird joke, but they all looked so tired, not scared exactly, just worn out. Like they'd had this conversation too many times already. I thought this place was just old, I muttered. Creepy in that run-down, abandoned tile kind of way. Not this. Everyone thinks that, Des said, finally speaking. No one moves here because they like it. You end up here. You don't choose it. I wanted to ask more, but I was exhausted. It had been a long day, and now my brain felt like it was short-circuiting. I stood up and dusted off my jeans. I'm going to go to bed, I told them. Yeah, Lena said. That's probably best. They left without much noise, just a few murmured good nights and a reminder to keep the blinds closed. When the door shut behind them, I stood in the middle of my apartment for a long time, not moving. Just listening. The building creaked and shifted like old buildings do. Pipes groaned, maybe from someone using their shower. Or maybe not. I didn't know what to believe anymore. Eventually I made it to bed, still without sheets, and pulled my jacket over my body like a blanket. I didn't sleep. I just stared at the ceiling until morning. The next few days were strange. I didn't unpack much. I just couldn't find the energy. I kept replaying that night in my head over and over, thinking maybe I had made some of it up. Maybe I'd hallucinated. I hadn't eaten all day after all. Maybe the wine messed with my head. But then it happened again. 2 nights later, around 1 a.m, I got the same alert on my phone. The same sound, the same message. Do not interfere. This time I didn't open the window. I didn't need to. I heard the voice outside, a man's voice, young sounding, screaming like he was on fire. Not just words, screaming, then begging, then sobbing, and eventually, nothing. I didn't move from my bed. I curled up and covered my ears. It didn't help. The others started coming around more often after that. Lena brought food once. Some kind of greasy takeout in a white paper bag. Rue offered to help me finish unpacking. I let her open a few boxes. We didn't talk about the street. We just kind of ignored it, like pretending it didn't happen would keep us sane. One afternoon I sat on the front steps with May. She had swapped her red glasses for a dark green pair and was sipping from an oversized iced coffee that had gone mostly watery. She didn't say much. We just sat there, watching people walk by. Across the street, a group of kids rode by on bikes. A delivery driver rolled a cart of groceries into the building next door. It all looked so normal. If you didn't know what this place was like at night, you would think this was just another busted part of town. Nothing unusual, nothing dangerous. I wanted so badly to believe that. I used to live in Coral Hills, I said, not really sure why I was talking. It was loud, cramped, but not like this. Not scary, just annoying. May didn't look at me. She just nodded slowly. You ever think about leaving? I asked her. Every day. So why don't you? She took a long sip of her coffee before answering. I think maybe we're not supposed to. I didn't ask what that meant. I didn't want to know. The night of the birthday was when things really started to shift. It wasn't mine. It was for May. She didn't even tell anyone it was coming up, but Rue found out somehow and decided we had to do something. It was a Saturday, I think. The days had started to blur by then. I hadn't been sleeping much, and when I did sleep, I kept waking up in a sweat, convinced I had heard someone screaming outside, even if the alert hadn't gone off. Rue brought the cake. It was small, clearly store-bought, with this lopsided blob of pink icing on top that said, "Happy Birthday, May," in wobbly letters. May groaned when she walked in and saw it. Mateo blew into one of those little party horns that unroll when you puff air into them. It smacked Des right in the face and made all of us laugh harder than we probably should have. "Jesus, you guys," May muttered, her hand pressed over her chest like she was trying to keep her heart from jumping out. "I hate surprises." "Which is why they're perfect," Rue said, grinning as she pulled her into a hug. "You look great, by the way. 24 looks good on you." 24 feels like being slapped in the face with a wet towel. "That's the spirit," Micah mumbled around the rim of a shot glass, already halfway drunk. I had never really been a party person. Back in college, I always hovered near the exits or hung around outside smoking with the weird kids. I didn't like crowds, didn't like loud music, and didn't really like most people. But this was different. It didn't feel like a party. It felt like hiding. Like we were pretending to be normal people for a little while, the kind that didn't hear monsters on their street at night. The plan was to go out. Bar hopping, Mateo called it. Their tradition, apparently. They said the recommended curfew was 10:30. It wasn't a rule, technically. Just a very strong suggestion. They all agreed that as long as we were back before whatever happened started, it would be fine. I watched them get ready in my apartment. Rue touched up May's eyeliner in the mirror, while Mateo and Micah passed a cheap bottle of something back and forth. I felt like an outsider watching it all, but not in a bad way. I was used to being on the edges of things. This felt like being included, even though no one said I had to be. They piled into Mateo's old car, a busted hatchback that rattled every time it went over a bump. I ended up wedged in the back seat, shoulder to shoulder with May, who didn't seem to mind how close we were. She even looped her arm around mine as we sped down the freeway into the city. I tried not to think about it too much, but I was very aware of every place our skin touched. The first bar was nothing special. Loud music, sticky floors, overpriced drinks. But it felt safe in a weird way. Too many people, too much chaos. It was like nothing bad could happen in a place that crowded. I stood near the back wall most of the time, sipping on something syrupy that Rue ordered for me. She said it tasted like cotton candy. It mostly tasted like cough medicine. We bounced from place to place. At the second bar, May dragged me onto the dance floor. I told her I didn't dance. She said neither did she. Then she started moving in small, awkward circles and made fun of herself so hard that I couldn't help but laugh and join her. I didn't think about what time it was. I didn't think about the street or the apartment or the screaming. I just danced. By the time we got to the third bar, I had stopped checking my phone. We crammed into this tiny photo booth near the back, the kind with red curtains and a scratched-up mirror inside. I barely fit on the bench between May and Mateo, and everyone was squishing together and laughing so hard, the whole thing rocked back and forth. After the camera flashed a few times, the strip of photos slid out, and Rue grabbed it before anyone else could. She waved it in front of us and whistled. "Gonna frame this. Put it up in the hallway." May stayed behind in the booth for a second, tugging me back in by the wrist before I could follow the others. Her hand was warm, and her fingernails were painted baby blue, chipped at the edges. "You didn't give me a birthday present," she said, low and soft. I could feel her breath on my cheek. I started to say something dumb, some joke, but before I could finish, she leaned in and kissed me. It was gentle, warm. I froze, but I didn't pull away. It was nice. And then it wasn't. Someone said my name. It was Will. He wasn't with us earlier, but now he was here, pushing his way through a group of guys in leather jackets who were loudly arguing about pool. "Briar," he said, holding up his phone. "You seen the others?" I blinked, still dizzy from the kiss. They were just here. What's going on? He showed me the screen. His background photo was of him and a girl with strawberry blonde hair, both smiling, their cheeks pressed together. But that wasn't what he was trying to show me. It was the time. 1:47 in the morning. There had been no alert. None of us had noticed. Will looked pale. His voice was tight. "We need to leave. Now." I found the others outside smoking near a bus stop. Rue was telling some story about an old coworker who wore the same pair of socks for a month. We piled back into the car quickly, too quickly. Mateo turned the music down. No one laughed or shouted anymore. The ride home was silent. I sat in the back next to May, still stunned, her fingers nervously laced through mine. I kept waiting for the sound, for the phones, but it didn't come. Not until we were already back on our street. Not until we saw the building in the distance. That's when it happened. All of our phones went off at once. The same message: do not interfere. Micah flinched like he had been punched in the stomach. Rue made a strangled noise and clutched her seatbelt. "Drive," she hissed. "Mateo, drive." But Mateo didn't press the gas. He braked. Up ahead, someone was already on the street, limping toward us. The dress she wore swayed with each uneven step. It was hard to tell how close she really was, but I knew it was getting harder to pretend this wasn't happening. She was moving right toward us, slow but steady. And Will just stared. "That's Shannon," he said again, and this time he sounded different, like he was waking up from something, or remembering how to feel something. "It's her. I know it is." Mateo shook his head. "No, you said she was gone." "She was, but she's here now." "No, Will, whatever that is, it's not her." Will finally looked away from the windshield and faced Mateo. "I know her better than anyone. I would know her anywhere." Gianna turned around in her seat and reached back toward him. "Please, think. If it was her, why would she be out here like that? Why now?" Will didn't answer. He looked torn apart inside, like someone had cracked his ribs open and yanked out everything soft. I saw him grip the door handle. I felt it before he even started to move. I knew what he was about to do. Mateo reached across to stop him, but he was too slow. Will yanked the door open and climbed out. The sudden motion felt like someone had broken the seal of safety inside the car. Cold air flooded in. It smelled like rain, even though the sky was clear. Like something electric was sitting right under the surface of the road, waiting. Will stumbled onto the pavement and took a few steps forward. The girl stopped moving. She turned her head, slow and deliberate, and I swear it looked like she was sniffing the air. Then her face tilted up toward him. That was when I saw her clearly for the first time. It was Shannon's face, or it used to be. There were no eyes, just dark hollows where they should have been, not empty exactly, more like raw, like they had been dug out recently. Her skin looked too tight around her jaw and chin, like it had been stretched. Her mouth hung open, and a string of something thick and dark ran down her chin. Blood? I didn't know. Will froze. She raised one of her arms, trembling and crooked at the elbow, and held it out like she was reaching for him. Then she screamed. It didn't sound human. It wasn't just loud. It tore through the quiet like a knife. A high, sharp cry that made me flinch and clamp my hands over my ears. May let out a soft whimper beside me, curling further into herself. Lights on either side of the street flickered, and then turned solid red. I don't mean traffic lights. I mean the actual street lamps. They all shifted at once like someone had flipped a switch. The whole street glowed like an emergency room. I felt something vibrate beneath the car, like the ground itself was humming. Gianna screamed and reached for the door, but Will didn't come back. "She's afraid," he said, turning to face us, his voice shaking. "She's not trying to hurt anyone. She's scared." Mateo shouted at him, "Get back in the car." But it was too late. Something else had already begun. From the far end of the street, a black van turned the corner, headlights off. It rolled forward in silence. No engine noise, no tires screeching, just motion, smooth and eerie. The girl, Shannon, or whatever that thing was, backed away from it like a frightened animal. She shrieked again, this horrible gurgle, and started to run, or at least try to. Her legs didn't work right. She staggered and dragged one foot behind her like it was broken. The van didn't speed up. It didn't need to. It glided. Then, just as it reached her, its side panel slid open. And she disappeared. She didn't climb in. There was no struggle. One moment she was there, and the next, she was gone. The red lights flickered twice, and the van vanished down the next block, swallowed by darkness. We sat frozen. No one moved. No one said a word. Mateo slammed the car into gear and peeled away from the curb so fast the tires squealed. We didn't speak the whole ride back. I didn't even realize I was crying until we pulled into the lot behind our building and I tasted salt on my lips. The next morning, no one wanted to talk about it, not even Will. He had locked himself in his apartment and wasn't answering texts. I knew because Gianna tried 4 different times. She finally gave up and went home looking pale and exhausted. I didn't leave my unit that day. I stayed curled on the couch with the TV playing on mute and a blanket around my shoulders. I kept expecting the alarm to go off again. It didn't. Not that day. It was almost a full week before we saw Will again. He looked hollow. That's the only word I can use. Like something had been scooped out of him. He walked like his joints didn't work properly, and he barely spoke. When he did, it was only to say he was sorry. None of us asked what for. Another week went by, then another. The street kept doing what it did. The alerts came at different times, sometimes early, sometimes late, sometimes right when you thought maybe tonight would be quiet. The voices changed. Men, women, kids. Some called out for help. Some begged. Some didn't say anything. Just sounds. Screaming, breathing, crying. I never looked again. I closed the blinds and stayed quiet. I didn't want to know what face might be staring up at me. Sometimes it was just sounds. Sometimes the people walked on hands and knees. Sometimes they sang. I started writing things down in a notebook I kept by my bed, not because I thought it would help, but because I needed to keep track. I wrote down what time the alarm happened, what voice I heard, what kind of footsteps followed. It made me feel like I had some control. One night, I wrote down the time, but no one came. The alert went off, but the street stayed empty. That scared me more than anything else. When I asked May about it, she just looked at me and said, "Not all of them show up on the street." I didn't ask what that meant. I didn't want to know. Life settled into a routine after that, a messed up, barely functional routine, but a routine nonetheless. I stopped jumping at every sound. I stopped asking questions. I stopped looking out the window when I heard the alarm go off. That was the most important part. I think once you know what to expect, you can sort of trick yourself into thinking it is normal. The human brain is weird like that. It adapts to almost anything if you let it. I still spent most of my time with the others. They understood. We never talked too much about what happened that night in the car. Will was different now. He never went out with us. He barely spoke. When we saw him, which was rare, he was either sitting on the front steps with a blank stare or disappearing back into his unit before anyone could get a word out. I think he blamed himself, though no one ever said so. One evening I sat with May on the curb outside the building. She was smoking, her second cigarette in a row, and neither of us had said anything for a while. The sun had just started to go down, casting everything in this dull orange haze. I remember the light because it made the cracks in the pavement look deeper than usual, like you could fall through them if you weren't careful. I kicked at a rock near my foot. Do you ever wonder why it's us? May blew out a stream of smoke and shrugged, all the time. But like, why this building? Why this street? Why us, specifically? I don't know. Maybe they picked us. Maybe it's random. Do you believe what Gianna said about it being some kind of experiment? She hesitated. That was rare for her. I don't know what I believe, but I know it's not just a haunted street. It's too calculated. I nodded, not really because I agreed, but because I didn't know how else to respond. I wanted to believe there was a reason. Even a bad reason would be better than nothing. Better than thinking we were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. After that, things were quiet for a while. Not in a peaceful way, more like the calm before a storm. The alerts still came, but the voices changed. They got more aggressive, louder. One night I swear I heard someone banging on the front door of the building, like they were trying to break it down. Another night there was laughter, not the funny kind. the kind that makes your stomach twist up. I stopped writing things in my notebook. I couldn't keep track anymore. It didn't help. It didn't protect me. Then came the night with the child. It was late, maybe close to 2 in the morning. I had just started to doze off when the alert went off, buzzing so loudly it startled me upright. I didn't move at first. I just listened. Then I heard it. The sound of little feet running back and forth outside, and a small voice calling out between ragged sobs. It was a girl. She sounded maybe 7 or 8 years old. "Help me," she cried. "They're coming. I don't want to die." I squeezed my pillow over my ears and clenched my eyes shut. I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to picture her face. I knew that if I looked, if I even peeked through the blinds, it would be over for me. I could feel it in my chest, that tight, buzzing feeling like something was watching, like something was waiting for me to make one wrong move. The next morning I woke up with a nosebleed and a bruise on my arm that I didn't remember getting. When I told Rue, she went quiet for a long time. Then she told me she had started getting bruises too. Always after the alerts, always in strange places, like behind her knee or the base of her spine. We didn't know what it meant, and we didn't ask. Things continued like that for a while. I stopped counting the days. I stopped calling my parents. What was I supposed to tell them anyway? That my rent was cheap because I lived in some kind of nightmare simulation, that there were voices outside my window every night, and I was too scared to look. May was the only one who seemed even remotely okay. She still smiled sometimes. She still made jokes. She still brought me coffee when I forgot to eat. I clung to that normalcy like it was the last real thing in the world. I think maybe I started to rely on her too much. I think maybe I forgot that she could break too. It started on her birthday. We had all gone out that night, and everything felt okay, really okay. I hadn't felt that relaxed in weeks. I danced, I drank. I even kissed her in the corner of a loud bar, right next to a flickering neon sign and the broken jukebox. She kissed me back. And then we were back in Mateo's car, and then the alert went off, and then we saw her. The girl in the nightgown. Will said it was Shannon, the one who disappeared. I don't know if he was right. I don't know if it was her, or if it was something wearing her face. But when he got out of the car, when he stepped onto the street, everything changed. The red lights, the screaming, the van. It took her. After that night, he stopped speaking entirely. But I remembered something strange. Just before the van appeared, the girl had looked afraid. Why would something so terrifying be afraid? I thought about that a lot. Maybe they're not in control. Maybe they're not what we're supposed to be afraid of. Maybe they're warning us. One evening, I asked May what she thought. We were sitting on the steps again. She was staring at the sidewalk like it held the answer to every question we'd ever asked. She took a deep breath and said, "What if they're not trying to hurt us?" I waited. What if they're trying to get away? Neither of us spoke after that. The air felt too heavy, too still, and I could not shake the feeling that whatever it was outside, it was getting closer. It happened fast, faster than anything that had come before it. I think that was the worst part. The others had always come slowly. Creeping, calling, dragging themselves down the street like they were trying not to be seen. But this one was different. We were all in my apartment that night. May had brought over a deck of cards, and Rue had made this half-burnt tray of boxed macaroni and cheese she was weirdly proud of. Mateo was stretched out on the floor, one arm under his head, and Gianna was perched in my windowsill, smoking with the window cracked just enough for the smoke to curl out. It was the first time in a while that I forgot about the rules. Just for a moment, I forgot to be scared. We laughed. We talked about stupid things. Gianna told this long, rambling story about a guy she once dated who thought milk came from brown cows. May kept making these sarcastic comments under her breath, and every time she laughed, she touched my knee. I could still feel the ghost of her fingers there, even when she wasn't doing it. Then all of our phones went off. Not with the usual buzz, not the standard emergency alert tone. This time it was louder, sharper, like it was coming from inside our heads. We all jumped. Rue dropped her fork. Mateo scrambled upright like he had just been shocked. The room went silent except for that blaring, awful sound. I grabbed my phone and stared at the screen. Do not interfere. That message had never felt more ominous. I looked at the others. No one spoke. Then Gianna slowly slid the window shut and pulled the blinds. May's voice was barely a whisper. It's early. She was right. It wasn't even midnight yet. That had never happened before. The timing was off. Everything felt off. We turned off the lights, sat still, waited. For a while, there was nothing. Then we heard the footsteps. Not soft, not uncertain. These were heavy, fast. They pounded down the sidewalk like someone running full speed. It wasn't just one person either. It sounded like multiple sets of feet, all in sync, charging through the street. I held my breath. A voice cut through the air, a woman's, but it was not begging, not crying. She was screaming, loud and furious, like she was in the middle of a fight. Get away from me, get away. Another voice followed, low, croaking, you saw me. The footsteps stopped. It was quiet for a second, then something slammed against the wall outside. We all jumped. I think someone let out a gasp. I couldn't tell who. There was more screaming. Not just one voice anymore, at least three. All tangled together, yelling over each other, shouting things we couldn't make out. Something banged against the metal railing just outside the stairwell. Something else slammed into a car door. I could hear it creaking open, then the sound of something being dragged. May grabbed my hand. Her grip was so tight it hurt, but I didn't let go. Gianna mouthed something at us. I could not read her lips in the dark. Then everything stopped. No more footsteps, no more voices, just silence. For a second, I thought maybe it was over, that maybe whatever just happened had passed us by. But then the doorknob to my apartment started to turn. It didn't jiggle like someone testing it. It rotated smoothly, like someone who lived there, like someone who had a key. None of us moved, none of us breathed. The lock held. Then something knocked. 3 soft taps, not rushed, calm, deliberate. Gianna stood up slowly, her eyes locked on the door. The knocking came again, this time a little louder. Mateo stood up too, then May. I followed. The air in the apartment felt thick, like it was pressing against my skin. I heard something on the other side of the door, breathing, slow, uneven. Then a voice, not loud, not urgent. Briar, let me in. My stomach flipped. I knew that voice. It was Will. But it couldn't be. Will had not spoken in days. He had barely left his apartment. He had not come over tonight. I looked around the room. Everyone was staring at me. Gianna whispered, "Do not open that door." The voice came again, a little clearer this time. "Briar, please. It's me. It's Will." I took a step forward without meaning to. I stopped myself before I got too close. I wanted to believe it. I wanted to throw the door open and find him standing there, whole and tired and maybe even smiling. But something was wrong. The voice was off, just slightly. Like it had been copied and replayed a little too many times. I stepped back. "I can hear you in there," the voice said, no longer calm. "I know you're home. I saw the lights." May moved to stand in front of me. She didn't say anything, just positioned herself like she was shielding me. The doorknob turned again. Then silence. A long silence, long enough that I started to think maybe it was done, that he had left. I reached for May's hand again. That was when the window behind us shattered. Glass exploded inward. Gianna screamed. Something dark and fast burst into the room. I could not see it clearly, just movement and a low, guttural noise like a growl coming from underwater. Mateo tackled it. He slammed it into the wall, shouting something I couldn't make out. Rue grabbed a lamp and started swinging wildly. It happened so fast I could barely register it. The thing threw Mateo off like he was weightless. He hit the floor with a sickening thud. Gianna was yelling. May pulled me toward the door, and before I knew it, we were in the hallway. We ran. Down the stairs, past the broken railing, out into the street. Everything was red. The lights above us still glowed like sirens. I could hear that thing behind us, climbing out through the window, tearing something apart. I didn't look back. We made it across the street. May banged on a locked door. Nothing opened. She started crying, still pounding, her fists red. I turned around. I do not know why. I saw my window, and I saw something standing in it. It looked like Will, but it was not Will. It wore his clothes, his face, but its eyes were too wide. Its mouth was open just a little too far, and it was smiling. The sirens stopped. The lights flicked off. The thing in the window blinked once, and then it was gone. We didn't go back to my apartment that night. Once the lights turned off and that thing disappeared from the window, none of us said a word. We stayed huddled behind the brick wall of the building across the street, hidden in the dark, clutching each other like we were waiting for something else to come. But nothing did. No more noises. No more voices. Just the slow, gradual return of silence. Real silence. The kind that didn't carry weight behind it. Eventually, the streetlights came back on, regular yellow ones, buzzing faintly, casting everything in that familiar, tired glow. Nothing red, no alarm, no message. Just the hum of streetlight electricity and the occasional gust of wind. It was over. We waited another hour, maybe longer, before we walked back across the street. Mateo limped the whole way. His arm hung strangely at his side, and he winced every time he breathed in too deeply. He didn't complain, though. None of us did. We just walked. The apartment was destroyed. My window was shattered completely, glass scattered across the floor in bright little shards. The curtain rod had been torn from the wall. One of the kitchen chairs was flipped upside down, broken in half. There was a smear of something dark across the floor, trailing from the window to the hallway. None of us followed it. None of us wanted to know where it led. Gianna was shaking. She sat on the edge of the sink with her head between her knees while Rue picked pieces of glass out of her arm. Mateo collapsed on the floor and stared at the ceiling, his breathing shallow. May stood next to me by the door, quiet, one hand gripping my shoulder like it was the only thing keeping her upright. We didn't sleep. The sun came up eventually, pale and gray through the cloud cover. Everything looked normal in that soft morning light, almost peaceful, but it wasn't. Something had changed. I felt it in the air, in my bones, in the way none of us could make eye contact for more than a few seconds. Later that day, I packed. I didn't say goodbye. I didn't explain. I just folded up my clothes, stuffed everything I owned into 2 large garbage bags, and left. May watched me from the doorway the whole time. She didn't try to stop me. She didn't ask if I was sure. When I zipped up the last bag and stood, she walked over, pulled me into the kind of hug that felt like it might break me, and whispered, "You don't owe anyone anything. Just get out." So I did. My parents didn't ask too many questions. They were more surprised than anything. They thought I had moved to the city to prove a point, and they had assumed I would come crawling back eventually. When I did, they gave each other that look, the one that says, "Told you so," but they didn't say the words out loud. I stayed in my old room for a while. The posters on the walls were still the same. The mattress still sagged a little in the middle. Everything smelled like dust and lemon cleaner. At night, I lay awake and stared at the ceiling, waiting to hear something, a cry, a knock, that awful alarm, but it never came. It took time to feel safe again. Weeks passed, then a month, then 2. I got a job at a bookstore downtown, part-time, quiet work. I kept my head down and avoided questions. I didn't talk about the apartment. I didn't talk about the street. I didn't talk about Will or Shannon or the thing that had smiled at me from my own window wearing someone else's face. I got a new phone and didn't transfer anything over. New number, new carrier. I didn't want to see that alert again. I couldn't risk it. Some nights, I still had the dreams. I would wake up in the early hours of the morning, drenched in sweat, convinced I heard that voice calling my name from outside the window. But I always checked, and it was always just trees and quiet roads and a sky full of stars. Eventually, the dreams stopped too. One day, I got a letter, no return address, just my name, written in looping black ink, and inside a folded piece of paper. It said, "Mateo is okay, arm is healing, Rue is still smoking. Gianna keeps the window shut now. May says she misses you." There was no signature. I didn't need one. I read it 3 times, then I folded it back up and slid it into the drawer of my nightstand, under a pile of old receipts and books I never finished. I did not write back. There was nothing left to say. Months turned into a year. I moved out of my parents' house, found a little place near the outskirts of town, a small studio above a laundromat. The rent was a little too high, but it was quiet. I didn't ask any questions when I signed the lease. I read every word, though, every single one. I checked the paper for fine print. I asked about the neighbors, about the noise level, about the streetlights. I made sure I would never end up in a place like that again. One night after work, I walked home late. The sky was dark, and a few stars had finally started to poke through the clouds. I passed by a group of kids on bikes, laughing and shouting. I smelled someone grilling on a nearby porch. Dogs barked from behind fences. The world felt alive again. I stopped in the middle of the sidewalk and looked up at the street lamp above me. Just a normal yellow bulb, flickering faintly. Nothing red, no warning, no buzz in my spine. I stood there for a while, listening. Nothing happened. And finally, I believed it was over. Not because the nightmare had ended, or because I understood it, but because I had survived it. I got out. I didn't interfere. I followed the rules, even when I didn't want to. And that's the only reason I'm still here. I matched with James on a dating app on a chilly autumn evening in Manchester. His profile was straightforward, no gimmicks, just a photo of him smiling in front of a cafe and a few lines about loving classic literature and morning runs. We started chatting, the kind of conversation that felt easy, natural. He knew how to ask the right questions without making it feel like an interview. Our messages flowed smoothly for a few days. He was attentive, charming, and always thoughtful. But one night, he said something that froze me. He mentioned a childhood nickname, one I had only ever heard from my mum. It was a name I never shared online, never told anyone else. I was speechless. I asked how he knew, but he just smiled through the text and said, "I know more than you think." The next messages weren't overtly creepy, but they unsettled me. He described the color of my childhood bedroom walls, where I used to go for ballet lessons as a child, the name of my first best friend. Things I'd never typed, posted, or spoken about in public. My heart pounded. I tried to convince myself it was just luck, or maybe he was very good at guessing. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. I unmatched him immediately and blocked every number I had for him. I told a couple of close friends, hoping they'd say I was just overreacting, but then the messages started again. From a new number, different accounts, always with the same chilling undertone. "Don't worry, I already know where you sleep." The night I found a small pile of old school photos on my doorstep, my fear solidified into terror. The photos weren't just random. They were carefully chosen snapshots from my childhood, birthday parties, school plays, candid moments with friends. How had he gotten them? Why had he left them there? Was this a warning or something worse? I locked every door and window, but the feeling of being watched clung to me like a second skin. Every creak in the house, every shadow that flickered just beyond my sight made my breath catch. I installed cameras, changed my routine, but it never stopped. It was like he was always there, always waiting. The police were sympathetic but helpless. They said there was no evidence of break-ins, no clear way he had obtained the photos, or knew those intimate details. Their words offered little comfort when the sense of being followed seeped into my daily life. Days slipped into weeks, the messages stopped, the photos stopped, but the fear never left. I began to question my own reality. Was he truly gone? Or had he simply stepped into the shadows, watching, waiting for me to slip up? I would catch glimpses of movement just beyond the window, or hear faint footsteps when I was alone. Every night as I lay awake, the silence felt heavier, as if it were hiding something just out of reach. The truth is, I don't know if I will ever be free from this. The man who knew things I never shared has disappeared, but his presence lingers. It's in every whisper of the wind, every flicker of the streetlight outside. He's become a shadow stitched into the fabric of my life, a mystery that the police cannot solve and that I cannot escape. After the photos appeared on my doorstep, I barely slept for days. Every night, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with questions and fears. How did he get those photos? Who was he really? And most unsettling of all, was he still out there, somewhere close, watching me? The police had promised to do what they could, but with no physical evidence, their hands were tied. It was frustrating, isolating, and terrifying. I started noticing small things around the house that didn't make sense. The front gate, which I always locked, was sometimes left slightly ajar. My keys went missing for hours before mysteriously reappearing. The curtains that I swore I had drawn would suddenly be wide open, letting in the streetlights and shadows from outside. Every time I checked my phone, I'd find strange messages from unknown numbers, each one just a few words. I see you, still watching, remember me. I told myself to stay calm, to rationalize the things I couldn't explain, but it was impossible. The tension wound tighter around me every day. I stopped going out at night. I stopped answering calls from unknown numbers. I even changed my social media settings to private, removed photos, and stopped posting anything personal. But none of it seemed to matter. One evening, I was working late at my laptop when I heard a soft knock on my front door. My heart jumped into my throat. Who could it be at this hour? I peered through the peephole and saw no one. Just the empty porch, lit only by the flickering street lamp. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. When I opened the door cautiously, there was nothing there except a small envelope resting on the welcome mat. I picked it up, my hands trembling. Inside was a note, written in neat, familiar handwriting. "I'm closer than you think." The words sent a chill down my spine. I wanted to throw the note away, to pretend it never existed, but I couldn't. There was something about it that felt like a challenge. Like he wanted me to know he was still watching, that he had control, and I was helpless. The next day I went back to the police. I showed them the note, explained everything in detail. The officers listened patiently, but their expressions were unchanged. No leads, no suspects, no proof. They said they'd increase patrols in my neighborhood, suggested I install better security cameras, and stay with a friend if I felt unsafe. But I wanted more. I wanted answers. I wanted to feel safe again. Friends and family noticed the change in me. My best friend Emma tried to talk to me, but I pushed her away. How could I explain the gnawing fear I felt when someone so close to me was the source of it all? How do you tell people you matched with a stranger who somehow knew your deepest secrets and now haunted your every step? One night, as I lay in bed, I heard faint footsteps outside my window. I froze, listening. The footsteps stopped, but then there was a soft whisper, barely audible, as if someone was just outside the glass. I held my breath and tried to convince myself it was the wind, but it wasn't. It was a voice calling my childhood nickname, the one only my mom ever used. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the window, watching the empty street, waiting for any sign of movement. But the street remained silent. The only sound was the distant hum of cars passing by. I started keeping a journal, writing down every strange occurrence, every message, every feeling. It helped, somehow. Putting my fears into words made them feel a little less overwhelming. I documented every detail, hoping that one day it might help piece together what was happening, or maybe even catch the person responsible. As the weeks passed, the messages and sightings became less frequent. The police had no new updates, and I began to convince myself that maybe it was over. Maybe he had moved on. Maybe I had finally outsmarted him. But the feeling never left. I still felt eyes on me when I walked down the street. I still flinched when my phone buzzed unexpectedly. The shadows in my home felt heavier, the silence louder. I lived in constant anticipation of the next move, the next message, the next sign that he was still there. Then, one evening, I got a text from an unknown number that made my blood run cold. It was a photo of me, taken just moments earlier, standing on my front porch. The caption was simple, "I'm right outside." I called the police immediately. They came quickly, checked the area, but found no one. The cameras around my house had been tampered with, footage missing for a crucial hour. They told me to stay at a hotel for the night, but I refused. This was my home, my life. I wasn't going to let fear win. That night, I barely slept. Every creak, every shadow, every flicker of the lights had me on edge. But as dawn approached, I felt a strange calm. Maybe it was exhaustion, or maybe it was the realization that I had survived this far. I knew this wasn't over. I knew he was still out there, somewhere in the dark, watching, waiting, and I didn't know if the police could ever find him, or if I would ever feel safe again. But for now, I was still here, still fighting, still hoping that one day the shadows would lift, and I could finally be free from the man who knew things I'd never posted. The days following the photo message were some of the hardest I had ever faced. Each morning I woke up feeling exhausted, as if the night had stolen more from me than just sleep. The tension was unbearable. I couldn't focus on work, on friends, or even on small joys I used to enjoy. The idea that someone could watch me so closely, know intimate details of my life without my permission, was suffocating. I started installing security cameras around my home, trying to reclaim a sense of control. Each camera felt like a small victory, a barrier between me and the unknown presence lurking outside. I thought the footage would bring me peace, proof that I was not alone in this nightmare, but instead it just showed the quiet streets and the predictable movements of neighbors. Nothing unusual appeared on the recordings, not even a shadow. The police tried to help. They came by regularly, checked my house for signs of forced entry, and promised increased patrols in the neighborhood. But I could see it in their eyes. They didn't expect to find anything either. Without physical evidence, their hands were tied, and my calls became less frequent. Despite the reassurances, the feeling of being watched never left me. Every time my phone buzzed, my heart would skip a beat. Every knock on the door sent chills down my spine. I stopped answering unfamiliar numbers, stopped going out after dark, and barely left my apartment during the day. I became a prisoner of fear, and the walls closed in on me. Friends noticed the change. Emma called often, worried about me, but I kept my distance. How could I explain what was happening without sounding crazy? How could I tell her that I matched with someone online, someone who shouldn't have known anything about me, yet somehow did? That they had crossed every boundary, invaded my privacy, and now haunted my life. One evening, I sat curled up on the couch, trying to distract myself with a movie. The room was dark, the only light coming from the flickering screen. My phone buzzed on the coffee table. I resisted the urge to check it, but curiosity won. The message was from an unknown number. It was just one word: remember. I stared at the screen, my breath catching. What was I supposed to remember? Was it a taunt, a threat? I didn't know. The silence that followed was deafening, as if the world was holding its breath with me. I put the phone down, but I couldn't shake the feeling that those words were a warning. The nights became harder to endure. I stopped sleeping in my bedroom, moving my mattress to the living room where I could see the windows. The sound of every car passing by, every rustling leaf, set my nerves on edge. Shadows danced on the walls, and I wondered if they were real, or just my mind playing tricks. One night, around 2 a.m, I heard a soft tapping at the window. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. I didn't dare move, afraid that any sudden sound would invite whatever it was inside. The tapping continued, slow and rhythmic, as if someone was trying to get my attention without alarming me. When I finally gathered the courage to look, the street outside was empty. The only thing there was the pale glow of the street lamp. I sat frozen, wondering if I had imagined the whole thing. The tapping stopped and silence settled again. But that night, the feeling of being watched was worse than ever. I pulled the blankets over my head and prayed for morning. Days later, I received another package. This time there were no photos, just a small music box with an inscription on the bottom. It read, "For the girl who won't forget." When I opened it, a soft, haunting melody played. The tune was familiar, a lullaby my mother used to sing to me as a child. It sent shivers down my spine. I wanted to throw it away, burn it, get rid of it any way possible. But instead, I kept it on the shelf as a constant reminder that this person knew everything about me, that they could reach me wherever I went. I started researching ways to protect myself, from changing my routines to consulting online forums about stalking and harassment. I learned about digital security, ways to hide my location, and methods to detect spyware on my phone. Every new tip felt like a lifeline, something to grasp onto in the overwhelming darkness. Emma finally convinced me to stay with her for a few days. It was a relief to be around someone who didn't look at me with pity or skepticism. We talked late into the night, sharing fears and hopes. I felt a flicker of normalcy, a brief moment of light in the suffocating shadow of fear. But even in her home, I couldn't escape the feeling. I checked the locks obsessively, peeked through the curtains at the empty streets, and jumped at every unexpected noise. I realized that this wasn't just about physical safety anymore. It was about reclaiming my peace of mind, something I didn't know how to do. The police continued their investigation but found no leads. They told me to keep recording every strange message, every suspicious sighting. I became a vigilant watcher, tracking the unknown presence like a hunted animal. The fear was constant, but so was my resolve. Weeks passed without any direct contact. I started to believe maybe this nightmare was over. Maybe I had scared him off. Maybe I could finally breathe again. But then, just as I was beginning to relax, I found a message waiting on my phone. It was a photo, this time taken inside my apartment. The camera angle was from the corner of my living room, showing me sitting on the couch, phone in hand. The caption was simple but chilling. "I'm closer than ever." The message was proof that he had been inside my home. The thought that my sanctuary was violated shook me to the core. I knew then that this wasn't just about fear or stalking. It was a game, a twisted power play, and I was still trapped inside. I closed the message and looked around the room, feeling the weight of unseen eyes. I wasn't alone, not by a long shot. The moment I saw that photo on my phone, my heart sank like a stone in a deep well. Someone had been inside my apartment, my private space, and taken a picture of me without my knowledge. The creeping horror wasn't just that I was being watched anymore. It was that my world had been invaded, stripped of any safety or comfort. I was living in a nightmare. I sat in the darkened room, the glow of the phone illuminating my face. The caption beneath the photo felt like a cold whisper in my ear. "I'm closer than ever." I closed the phone, but the fear did not fade. It grew, blossoming into a heavy weight pressing down on my chest. I realized then that this wasn't a game I could play on my own anymore. I called Emma right away. Her voice, warm and steady on the other end, was a balm to my frayed nerves. She told me to pack a bag and come to her place immediately. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the essentials, including my laptop and the little music box that had become my eerie companion, and left. At Emma's apartment, I felt safer, but the shadows still clung to me. We spent the next few days discussing what to do, going over every strange message, every sign that he was still there. I pored over my phone, the texts, the photos, searching for clues. Emma helped me set up stronger digital protections, and we even contacted a private investigator to look into the situation discreetly. The police remained helpful but cautious. They had no concrete leads, and without proof of who he was or how he had infiltrated my life, their hands were tied. It was frustrating, but they encouraged me to keep gathering evidence. I knew the only way out was to confront this shadow in my life. If I stayed hidden, living in constant fear I'd lose myself completely. I decided to use everything I had, my wits, technology, and support from those who cared, to fight back. With Emma's help, we set up cameras inside and outside my apartment. We installed alarms on every window and door. Every day I checked the footage with renewed vigilance, hoping to catch the slightest hint of movement, a shadow that did not belong. One evening, about a week after arriving at Emma's, we finally got our break. A figure appeared on the front door camera at my apartment. The person lingered for a moment, hands gloved and face obscured, then quickly moved away. It was brief, but it was proof. We handed the footage over to the police, and with the investigators' help, they traced the device used to take the photos back to a man named Oliver, a man I had matched with on the app weeks ago. A background check revealed a history of stalking and harassment that spanned multiple cities. The police moved quickly. Oliver was arrested the next day near my neighborhood, found with a cache of personal items stolen from several victims, including a small collection of photos and mementos belonging to me. The relief that flooded me was overwhelming. Finally, the nightmare was ending. But the emotional scars remained. I realized that healing would take time. I started therapy, slowly unpacking the fear and trauma I had carried with me. Emma was by my side through it all, a steady presence reminding me I was not alone. Months passed. I returned to my apartment, fortified and cautious, but determined to reclaim my life. The music box still sat on my shelf, its lullaby a bittersweet reminder of what I had endured and overcome. Though the shadows had followed me home, they no longer controlled me. I had fought back, exposed the darkness, and taken my power back. The experience left me wary but stronger, more aware of the hidden dangers lurking behind familiar screens and friendly faces. I deleted the dating app that had started it all, knowing some dangers could never be predicted or controlled, but I kept my hope. Hope that even in a world full of shadows, light could be found, and that I could find it again, step by careful step. The nightmare had ended, but my story was far from over. It was a new beginning, a chance to live fully and fearlessly, with the hard-won knowledge that safety sometimes comes not from hiding but from standing firm, facing the darkness, and refusing to be consumed. And for the first time in a long time, I felt ready to live again. I remember the first time I saw the footprints in the attic. It was late afternoon when I climbed the narrow stairs, stepping carefully because the last thing I needed was to break my neck in my own home. I had gone up to retrieve an old box of photographs, but halfway through I paused. I heard something, or so I thought. But once I stumbled upon those footprints, 20 of them, shoe prints clearly defined in the dust across the wooden floorboards, I froze. None of those shoes belonged to me or my roommate. The prints were too small to match my sneakers, and didn't align with anyone else's shoes that I'd ever seen in the house. A wave of dread rushed through me. 20 footprints. The attic was just over our bedroom, accessible only through that rickety hatch in the ceiling, the kind of hatch that was meant to remain closed. And yet someone or something had been living up there, living. I called it living because the dust was thick in a couple of spots, as if someone had been walking back and forth between 2 points. Maybe 4 footprints led away from the hatch, faded, so it wasn't a single nighttime visit. That implied repetition. Something rehearsed, something methodical. I backed down those stairs trembling, breathing hard. I needed proof. I didn't tell my roommate yet. I remembered our match on Tinder, Chris, capital C, spelled out cleanly in our chat. Polite messages, polite smile in his pictures, the right amount of quirks. He seemed like a sweet guy, maybe too sweet. That night, I confronted him. He sat across from me at the cafe, wearing the same neutral sneakers I'd seen him in on our first date. The ones I'd joked were too big, but he liked them. I asked him calmly if he'd ever been inside my attic. He frowned. No, he said. No, he'd never stepped foot in my place, let alone my attic. He said he had an irrational fear of heights, anyhow. He looked sincere, but after I'd found those footprints, every polite smile I saw on him felt like a lie. I left, telling him I needed space. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't stop thinking about those prints. Shirtless, and with my heart pounding, I crept out of bed, careful not to wake my roommate. I stood there in the living room with the phone in one hand and the flashlight in the other, reminding myself that city living meant strange noises. Pipes expand, neighbors walk down the hall. Still, the creaking above my ceiling wasn't new. It had always been faint, but it felt sharper now. It sounded like footsteps. And breathing. Slow, deliberate breathing. I snapped a flash like an underexposed camera shutter and watched one of the ceiling boards shift. Maybe it was imagination, maybe. I waited, phone trembling in my palm, ready to call the police. Creak, creak. A board shifted, just as I'd typed my emergency number. The steps trailed away. Silence. Then, a low exhale. I froze, haunted. He was up there. Or it. I called the cops. They arrived in minutes. At least it felt like it, though I'm sure it was more stretched by fear. They opened the attic, 2 of them. Flashlights revealed a crude hatch, its hinges tampered with and padding around the edges. Someone had made it airtight, sound dampened. They found something more chilling. An old Tinder card wedged into the ceiling frame, with Chris printed across it in his profile font, albeit faded. The cops looked at me with pity and confusion. We searched the attic more thoroughly, but there was no one there. Nothing but dusty floorboards, that Nike card, a few scraps of newspaper, and that sense of intrusion that no amount of vacuuming could ever remove. I watched them leave with that strange, weighted silence behind them. They wouldn't arrest him, not with an empty attic, but the card was enough to chalk it up to trespassing. I asked loudly if I could press charges. They told me without a body, without proof he'd been living there, it was trespassing and nothing more. But the card, you'd think something would come of that. He didn't seem to care. He didn't respond to my texts or calls. Now I'm in my apartment, wide awake at 3 a.m., Drake's hotline echoing with my thoughts. I definitely feel him circled above me, shadowed in the hatch. I lay still, bracing for the creak, the scuff, the breath. I hear breathing sometimes in the dark. I half expect the hatch to open and him to climb down. A man who wore my skin, shaped his memories into my walls. A man I thought I knew. All I have is 20 mysterious footprints, his Tinder card, and the slow realization that someone built their life in the attic of my dating life. And something tells me that was never enough for him. And I trusted a dating app. When the cops left, they told me to change the locks and call a contractor to seal the ceiling hatch permanently. They offered a sympathetic shrug and something that felt like practiced reassurance, but their words blurred together. I barely heard them. All I could think about was how long he'd been up there. How many nights I had slept underneath him. How many times I had joked about ghosts, creaky wood, or the house settling, only to now wonder if it had always been him. Chris had seemed so normal. He was funny, knew how to keep a conversation going. He liked photography and local art, or at least he said he did. But then again, he also said he had never stepped inside my house. He said it so calmly, so confidently, that for half a second I believed him. Until the police opened the attic hatch and found the padding, the nesting, that torn corner of a photo I once gave him folded underneath a dusty blanket. His old Tinder card, warped and stained, tucked into the insulation like a calling card. The next few days passed in a haze. I moved out, just packed a few bags and stayed with my sister across town. She never asked why, but I think she knew it had to be bad. I told her it was a pest issue, something about rats or a bad landlord. But that first night in her guest room, I stayed awake, heart thudding at every creak the building made. The heater kicked on, and I nearly jumped out of bed. Sleep didn't come until morning. By the end of the week, I hired someone to inspect the entire house. They said the hatch was cleverly hidden, not new but modified, as if someone had spent time making it more discreet, less noticeable. The insulation had been pushed aside in patterns that suggested regular traffic, someone crawling in and out over weeks, maybe months. There were water bottles, wrappers, a notebook I wasn't allowed to touch until forensics had it. But I wanted to read it, I wanted to understand what had happened, what he had written. I wanted an explanation, even if it made no sense. The detective who took over the case, a quiet man with tired eyes, called me on a Thursday. He said they identified fingerprints on the notebook, and yes, they matched Chris. But when they followed the information he provided on the app, nothing checked out. The number was fake. The name didn't match any DMV records. The photos were traced to a stock model portfolio. Chris didn't exist. Or at least, not in any way the world officially recognized. I started thinking about all the moments that had felt strange. The time I swore someone had moved my hairbrush. The night the bathroom light turned off on its own, and I told myself I must have imagined it. The fridge door being slightly open, my shoes not quite where I left them. A phone charger moved just enough to make me second-guess myself. Little things, so small I'd written them off, until now. I stayed with my sister for almost a month. I didn't check the house. I couldn't. But I kept wondering if he was still in there. Not Chris, maybe, but whoever, whatever, he really was. I started seeing his face in crowds, on buses, at the grocery store, in reflections. I'd spin around and find no one. I changed my number, deleted the dating app, scrubbed every trace of myself online. Paranoia sank into my bones like cold water, deep and hard to shake. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was certainty. Someone had been living in my ceiling, and he had known things he shouldn't. The police never found him. He vanished the same way he came, like vapor, like a story someone tells when they want to scare you. But the house still sits there, hollow and waiting. I put it up for sale, but no one's made an offer. Sometimes I dream of it, the attic breathing, the boards creaking, him watching. The notebook finally came back to me, months later. They said it wasn't criminal evidence, not enough to hold anyone. It was returned in a plastic bag, tagged and logged. I took it home, poured a glass of wine and opened it. The handwriting was neat, organized, page after page, written in fine black ink. It started mundane enough. Notes on weather, shopping lists, a schedule of when I left and returned home. Then it got weirder. Sketches of my face, my bedroom, notes about my phone calls, snippets of conversations I had when I thought I was alone. He knew my routine better than I did. But the last pages, those are the ones that keep me up now. They weren't written like the rest. The handwriting changed, sloppier, desperate. The lines didn't stay straight. They slanted, dipped, tangled. They said things like, "She forgets every time, and this time I'll make her remember." One sentence was written over and over. "She doesn't see me yet, but she will." I closed the notebook and shoved it in a drawer, but some nights I think about it. I think about him up there, breathing above my head, listening, waiting, watching. And the thing that won't leave me is this. If he knew so much, then why did he leave? Or worse, did he? I moved to a new apartment, new locks, new city. But sometimes, just before bed, I hear it, a soft creak, a subtle thud, a breath that is not mine. And for a moment, I swear I can feel someone watching from the ceiling, like he followed me, like he was never in the attic at all, like he lives in the spaces between sound, between thoughts. The man I matched with was never real, but something found its way into my home, into me, and it is still there. Somewhere. Waiting. I moved through the apartment cautiously, every step echoing louder than it should have. The hardwood creaked beneath my weight, and I wondered if it had always done that or if I was just more attuned now. Paranoia has a way of sharpening your senses. I kept telling myself it was over, that Chris, or whoever he had been, was gone. But my body disagreed. My body remembered. It remembered the sound of breath that wasn't mine, the slow scraping across the attic beams, the faint, rhythmic thumping above my bed, and most of all, it remembered how the police never caught him. No fingerprints, no signs of forced entry, just a false ceiling hatch, some bedding, food wrappers, and his old dating profile card folded up like a memento. Since that night, I hadn't slept properly. I kept the lights on. I set up noise alerts. I bought motion sensors and a small camera system. everything a person who's been violated does to pretend they're in control again. But pretending and being safe are two different things. I told friends I was fine, that I was just processing, but I didn't believe it myself. I still caught myself looking up into corners, watching shadows stretch too long, hearing the phantom sounds of someone breathing just behind the door. At first, I blamed the trauma, the mind filling in gaps, playing old horror movies from memory, until I found the photo. It had been slipped under my door during the night. A printed photo of me in bed, face turned to the wall, sleeping. It wasn't from my phone. I checked. It wasn't a screenshot from social media either. The angle was unfamiliar, slightly elevated, close. It had been taken from the attic vent. I didn't even scream when I saw it, just held the picture, shaking, for what felt like an hour. Then I packed a bag and left. I didn't care about breaking the lease. I didn't even tell my landlord. I just took what I needed and moved in with my sister temporarily. We changed the locks the first night. Her place was safe, or it felt that way at first. I kept the photo to show the police. I even went to the station again, trying to explain what had happened. But there wasn't much they could do. They took the photo, told me they'd investigate again, and gave me a number to call if anything else happened. 3 weeks went by without anything strange. I slept a little better. I started working again, slowly easing back into normal life. I even reinstalled a few apps I had deleted, just to feel normal. I didn't open the dating one, though. I couldn't. Then the whispering started. It was faint at first, almost like a radio in another room, only at night, only when I was alone. It came from the vents, or at least that's what I thought. I asked my sister about it, and she said she hadn't heard anything. She even had me sleep in her room one night to prove it was in my head. But I heard it again, soft muttering, sometimes just a single word repeated again and again, my name. Other times it was just heavy breathing, wet and labored. I started recording it on my phone. Playback always gave me nothing, just silence. I stopped telling my sister about it. I didn't want to sound crazy, but I was losing my grip on what was real and what wasn't. Every shadow made me jump. Every thump of the heating system made my heart race. Then one morning, after she left for work, I went into the kitchen and found a cup sitting on the counter, one I hadn't used. It was clean but damp, like someone had just washed it. I checked the windows, all locked, the back door too. No signs of forced entry, but I knew someone had been here. I called the police again. They came, did another sweep. Nothing, no fingerprints, no forced entry, same story. They assured me it was probably just a mistake. Maybe I had used the cup and forgotten, but I didn't forget. I never forget anything now. I can't afford to. That night I stayed up. I sat in the hallway with my back to the wall facing the vents. I kept every light on, had a knife in my lap. The hours crawled by. Nothing happened. Then at around 4 in the morning, I heard it. That same soft creaking above my head. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Just listened. It moved from one end of the ceiling to the other. Deliberate. Slow. Not an animal. Not the wind. A person. I grabbed my phone and called the police. They searched the attic again. This time they brought a dog. It sniffed around, then stopped at the far corner, right where the insulation was torn away. Beneath it was another false hatch. A secondary crawl space. They opened it and found bedding again, more wrappers, and a phone, not mine. They took everything, promised a full investigation. They said they'd do a DNA test, said they'd find him this time, but that was 2 months ago, and I haven't heard a single thing. Now I live in a new apartment, different side of town, top floor, no attic, just the roof above me. But I still hear things at night. Sometimes it's just the building settling, other times it's the creak of a step, or breathing. And some nights, when the wind is just right, I can hear a voice through the vent whispering my name like it never forgot me. The attic was empty, at least physically, but that space stayed in my head long after the police sealed it off. The hatch, the insulation that had been hollowed out into a sleeping nest, the single candle burned down to nothing. Those images were seared into my brain. I tried to tell myself it was over, that whatever had been hiding above me was gone now, that I was safe. But I didn't feel safe, and I didn't feel alone. The officers said they couldn't press charges without evidence that Chris had actually been up there. His prints weren't found, the old Tinder card with his photo on it. It wasn't enough to prove anything. They dusted it for prints, nothing. He had vanished, deleted his profile, changed his number, no social media. It was like he'd been wiped clean, like he was never real in the first place. But I knew better. I stopped sleeping in my room. The creaking in the ceiling came back the next night. I didn't call the cops again. What could I say? That someone I'd dated was living in my attic without proof. That I still heard breathing above me, even though they found no one. I moved to the couch and kept the lights on at night. I set up a small camera pointing at the attic hatch. I never caught anything. But I'd wake up to the footage being erased, like the memory card had been wiped. Sometimes it would record for just a few minutes and stop. Other times, the lens would be physically turned away. My roommates thought I was spiraling. Maybe I was. They started making plans to move out, said I needed help. I believed them. I even went to see someone, a therapist. I told her about Chris, about the attic, about the noise I kept hearing. She asked if maybe I'd imagined more of it than I realized. Then I played her a voice memo I had recorded one night. It was faint, but it was there, the sound of slow, rhythmic breathing, directly above me. Right before it cuts off with a whisper, "She knows." My therapist didn't ask me to come back. I took a leave of absence from work, moved into my friend Lauren's guest room for a while. She believed me, or at least she didn't question it out loud. But I felt it every time I caught her glancing at me when she thought I wasn't looking. I was unraveling, and she could see it. One morning, after a week of dreamless sleep, I woke to find something under my pillow, a photograph. It was me, from college, lying in the grass outside the dorms, my headphones in. The angle made it clear. I hadn't posed for it. Someone had watched me and taken it. On the back, in neat writing, "You always looked peaceful when you didn't know I was there." I hadn't brought that photo. I didn't even remember it being taken. I moved again. I got a small studio apartment on the other side of town. New locks, no attic, one floor, just a window and a door. Still, I heard breathing sometimes. Late at night, I'd wake up and swear someone was in the room. The place would smell like him, like cedar and something stale underneath it. Once, I woke up, and all the cabinets were open. Another time, my toothbrush was damp and warm, like it had just been used. But I never saw anyone, never caught anyone. I changed the locks, got new toothbrushes, bought another camera. And then nothing happened, for weeks. Then months. I started to think maybe I had been spiraling. Maybe I'd imagined more than I thought. Maybe I had built a monster out of a man who was just emotionally unstable. I went back to work, started seeing people again. Carefully, cautiously. I never used dating apps again. Then last week, I came home from work, and my laptop was open on my bed. It had been off when I left. I checked the screen. It was a new email. No subject, no name, just a file. A photo. It was of me, sleeping. From that night, from that bed. I checked the locks, still locked, windows shut. I called the police, again. They found no sign of entry, no prints, no DNA. They told me I should consider moving again. I asked if they'd ever caught Chris. They said no one by that name ever came up connected to my case. That he might never have used his real name. Or that he never existed in the first place. I don't know what to believe anymore, but I don't sleep well. I keep the lights on. I stack furniture in front of my door. I haven't posted anything personal online in months. I change my passwords weekly. I don't let anyone in. Sometimes in the middle of the night, I wake up and feel like someone's standing just outside the bedroom door. Not moving, not knocking, just waiting. And sometimes when I open my closet, I swear I catch a faint whiff of cedar. People ask why I don't date anymore, why I'm always tired, why I jump at small sounds. I laugh, make up excuses, say I'm just busy, say I'm tired from work. I never tell them that I once matched with someone who didn't want to leave.